Hang on, I need to switch. I need to switch the batteries in my mouse. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I need to switch the batteries in my mouse. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I need to.
Audio works. Alright then. Actually, I need to fix the webcam just for a sec. Dial tone the... There we go, that's better actually. That's really good. Okay. What the frick? Okay, whew. I was about to say, what else wrong with this thing? Alright then. So, welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome back to Pokemon Scarlet with the Teal mask featuring NBC Mekachu as well as Millie and Cell.
Hello, I am muted. Since I'm on the circle, I'm just going to be watching here, maybe chiming in with a few things that might Chris crack up. Who knows? Surprising.
Yeah, so anyway, though, so last time we did a little bit of the story and we also continued the progression of the photographer. I forgot her name all of a sudden.
I return.
Karen.
So yeah, but at any rate though, we did continue a little bit today. However, though, we will be having a longer stream. Hopefully we will try to complete all the side quests that we've had available. We've got like 3 quests that we've had assigned to and stuff like that. 2 of them are in the town. One of them is outside back in Paldea for some odd forsaken reason. Anyway, so which one should we continue next?
The story.
The main story, gotcha.
I'm a giraffe.
Good Lord Almighty. I think she's inside, isn't she? Yeah. Okay. Alright then.
The candy fruits at the Festival of Masks and such have an interesting flavor.
Is she not who we need to talk to, or do we have to... Let's see. Oh, we have to sleep. Okay, I got you now. Welcome, dear Paldean student. We provide a special service to visitors here at the Katakami Community Center.
Kitakami.
If you've opened your bag and whatnot while you've been here, you might have noticed that the theme of the upper and lower borders of your screen in some menus have changed. Okay, we've already went through this.
No, this is a different one.
Isn't?
Yeah.
Technically, you were the one that showed me it, though.
This was a different guy that did that.
Oh.
What was that?
Good question.
I heard a slap noise.
No, that wasn't me.
We trying to lift up something.
Oh.
Okay, so I guess I have to just walk back here.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Okay. I thought I had forgotten.
The amount of stuff I had on me, I was able to sell off 2 million Poke worth of treasures.
Crap.
Nether Chocolates shipped out its 2 millionth chocolate bunny.
Good morning, Black
Morning.
Cross.
Oh, right, you voiced the one with the glasses.
Okay. Carmen wanted me to tell you that she's waiting at her place. She said you better get a move on and don't keep me waiting. Of course. Probably
Karen
about the
doesn't
mask.
really do much afterwards. She just bids you farewell and leaves you a Hisui and Growlithe. Nothing too substantial.
We'll probably go ahead and talk to her real quickly and get that finished off then.
I personally don't like doing that because I like seeing her there.
I like to get my quests finished up though.
I've been waiting for you to come by, partner. I managed to develop the photos I took of the Blood Moon beasts.
How'd they look?
Oh, well, the fact is that I once got them all printed out, I can see the photos I managed to get. And they're all blurry or cut off or out of focus. They really aren't good enough to show anyone, let alone you. But even so, of all the photos I have ever taken, I think they might be my favorites. I think I've gotten too caught up in my own head, worrying about framing and what judges might say. Always thinking about what I ought to capture. But just capturing your subjects as they are, that's what a photo should be. You taught me something important that day, partner. So, thanks for that. Ah, that's right, your name. I didn't even ask your name, partner. I know that's awful of me, after all you did to help, but mind teaching me your name?
My name is Blackcross.
Blackcross, huh? What's with that dark look? You don't want me to know your name or something? Well then, nice to officially meet you, Blackcross. The name's Perrin, a photographer with a renewed love for photography. I can say that with pride now. Ah, and your reward. You earned yourself a real choice reward for all the help you've been.
Choice scarf.
That locks in what move you're using.
Ah, okay.
Oh, and this Growlithe of mine has a younger brother that's known to really love battling. I think you do a better job at raising it good and strong. Raise it to be real strong, okay? Well, I think that about wraps it up. I did what I came here to do, so I guess I should hit the road. I'm afraid this is goodbye. You know, Growlithe like these are known for living and working together in pairs. Even if they're separated for a while, I bet their paths might just cross again someday.
Boy, he's never gonna see his brother again.
Yeah, ouch.
So, you raise that one with care in the meantime.
We'll definitely meet again.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what you pull off. I've got high hopes. So bye now, Blackcross. Until next time.
But yeah, the Growlithe that she gave you is a Hisuian one.
Right.
Her family was able to keep the Hisuian Growlithe alive through generations.
That's very impressive. Sorry, for some reason my voice keeps wanting to go out, and I have no idea why.
Oh hey, there's this item up here.
Rock Tomb. Blackcross, you took your sweet time. We wanted to talk to you before Kiki wakes up.
I wanted to fix dear Ogapon's mask, but I'll need one more material if I want to do a proper job of it.
Yeah. According to Grandpa, we need to get a crystal cluster from the bottom of the crystal pool. I mean, we could just return the mask as it is. But I think it would make Ogapon real happy if we fixed it up first.
That's a nice thing to do.
Yeah. Especially now that I've heard the real story. I just want Ogapon to be happy, you know?
I'm sure Ogapan will be pleased to know you care so much for it.
Right.
This time I do have water with me.
Morning, Grandpa! Ah, good morning, Kieran.
Kiki, you better go kill time somewhere.
Yeah, I know. Do whatever you want, sis.
Excuse me? I don't need that kind of attitude from you.
I got stuff to do, okay?
What's his problem? He's been all bent out of shape since yesterday.
I don't know. He spent the evening in his room without so much as a bite of dinner.
Must be teen angst or something. It happens.
Teen angst my ass.
And what makes that her? Is she not a teenager? It would have been hard to get...
She's an abuser is what she is.
True. True.
Emotionally stunting her younger brother. Probably had an abusive domestic life before that when they were not going to the academy.
Probably.
Enforcing his overall shyness. And now with the events playing out here, Kieran outright goes from admiring the player to borderline envying them to straight up hatred.
Bro's reaching his villain arc.
It would have been hard to get stuff done with Kiki clinging to you, Blackcross. Guess things worked out in our favor. The crystal pool is at the top of Oni Mountain. I'm usually not too keen on outsiders heading up the mountain, but I think we can make an exception for you. What say you and I go for a hike to find ourselves a crystal cluster? Thankfully, we can just warp up there, right?
Yeah, but before you do, I want to see something.
Okay.
Will you be up to doing this? I would not be surprised if you don't.
Let's see. Flying... 6-star? We can try and see. I mean...
These 6 stars aren't as tedious.
Come on. There we
Are
go.
you okay to join?
Yeah, I'm trying to join right now.
Oh, you brought your own Basket Legion.
Let's see.
I'm not using that one.
It's flying, but it's also water. So I need to find something that would be effective against flying.
Electric.
So basically, my Jumba, huh?
Yeah. More or less.
Alright then.
Alright, so we have a plan?
Yeah? Use,
Okay.
use Thunder. Or Thunderball in my case. Or Discharge.
I got Hurricane. Not Hurricane.
Storm.
I do have Hurricane, but it's not gonna be super effective because it's already a flying type.
Yeah.
Try another sounding like at least the first 2 turns.
I still need to buy myself a mask.
So, if Basket Legion is made up of its lost brethren, does having the flying Terra type mean it's ascended?
I guess so.
That would make sense. I'm gonna boost up our attacks and see if that
I'm
helps.
going with electric terrain. How did it fail?
This is a good question.
Oh
wait, no,
god,
I think
it's got an icy wind.
I think technically terrain already set on because
It's really trying to take our speed down.
Miraidon has that ability, doesn't he? Okay, I guess I'm going with Thunderbolt.
Oh, that took it down a little bit.
Not enough. I am almost dead.
oh jeez.
I am healing us.
Because I do not see this.
I do not see this going well. MJ agrees.
You know, Thunder would have been very nice to
Made our
have.
move stronger.
Yeah, how about this? Like, Thunder would have definitely been helpful around this situation.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Thunder becomes 100% accurate in the rain.
It is. That's why most people usually have Rainy Day with Thunder attached to them.
It's just gonna keep lowering my special defense.
I know this is probably going to be wasting it, but I'm going to try to knock it down as much as possible.
Millie, I think you're carrying us.
I'm getting annoyed because he's spamming special.
Oh, for the love of gosh.
I am healing in vain. I am already dead.
He's annoyed.
I don't have anything else to use.
Wait.
Okay.
Wow. That changed instantly.
Electro Ball!
Just kill him. Just finish it off. There we go.
The birdie ate the fishy.
Good Lord Almighty. We beat it, but good Lord. My poor Jumba.
Your poor Jumbo, my poor Storm!
It crystallized and then it died. Without actually making a move for some reason. Wow!
Wow! Okay, note to self, farm Basket Legion rates!
I mean, I'm pretty sure Basket Legion is one of the Pokemon that do have a Herba Mystica drop.
Yeah, but bottle caps are really good.
That is also true. Alright. So let's see here.
Well, we definitely made up for the last stream and where we ended in defeat.
Yeah, this time we succeeded.
Oh, by the way, you could catch the Pokemon that's coming up.
Okay. There you are, Black Cross. Come on, get a load of this view. This is the Crystal Pool. Bet you didn't expect it to be so pretty, huh? Yeah, so pretty the game's lagging a bit.
Oh, yes.
Easily the worst part of the whole game.
The crystals here are always shining. Isn't that strange? There's even a weird rumor that you can meet people here who've passed away. Now we'll just need to get a little bit of the crystal from the bottom of the pool so we can fix the mask properly. And that's where you come in, Black Cross. Go on, then jump in. Don't be scared. Jump in, like, into the pool? Well, yeah, I can't swim. Besides, my clothes would get soaked in it if I did.
And you think my clothing would be any better?
Right?
Wait, shove them in while they're looking.
You've got a real nifty Pokemon to ride on, right? You'll be fine. Speaking of... What in the... An earthquake?
Here they come.
Oh, hello.
No, 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 no. My lo 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 lo.
This one looks strong. You're awfully lucky.
You're awfully lucky I'm here on your side. Basically.
Yeah. And you said we can catch this one?
Yeah, just like you were able to with the Ariados during Parents' Quest.
Okay.
However, between the two, I'd recommend catching the Milotic more because it is a bitch to get one otherwise.
Right.
You go to bag.
Okay. They just removed the option from me, apparently.
I thought you could?
Well, it proves differently. Sheesh, that surprised me. Now that I think about it, Pokemon like that one do show up here from time to time.
No, they do not.
You know, you're pretty handy to have around in a battle, aren't you? Well, we didn't even have to dive into the water at all.
The Milotic did the diving for us.
Hey, is that... Maybe it was stuck on that Pokemon you fought.
The energy coming from those crystals at the bottom of the pool. I knew it.
Miss
Briar.
Briar?
It's like liar, but the la is replaced with a bra.
Okay.
Hi there, Carmen. I'm Blackcross too. I thought you were paired up with other students. Did you decide to switch things up?
I'm sorry, Miss Briar, but this place is actually pretty special. I'm not a big fan of outsiders just wandering up here.
I'm aware that this is sacred ground, yes. I did get permission from the caretaker, though. Was that not sufficient?
Why did you come here?
Oh, just doing a bit of field research. I was interested in the properties of the water here. And well, my hunch was on the money. You see, the crystal pool's waters emit energy of the same wavelength as terrestrial energy. Though I've no idea why that is. Once I figure that out, I might be able to stabilize the terrestrial phenomenon in other regions.
I see. Well, we've got somewhere to be, so... let's head back, Black Cross. She plays a bigger part, doesn't she?
But they're holding out on us.
Of course.
We don't know when exactly we're getting the next DLC patch. We just know that
It's winter.
Yeah.
And
We
that
know
could be
it's gonna be
anywhere
winter
between
of this
December and
year.
February.
No, it's winter of this year. They said December 2023.
But that's... okay. That's the thing. When it comes to winter 2023, that can range because Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was said to be winter 2023. And it was stated just recently, February 29th. Which is still winter based on the quarterly sales year, but not
I
2023.
get that, but you don't understand what it's like with Pokemon. Usually when they say winter, when they say winter 2020 or something, they mean it. The last winter portion of a DLC that released, Sword and Shields, in case you were curious, that ended up being exactly that. We got it, they said winter 2020, and we got it around winter of 2020.
Oh yeah. Huh. I didn't even realize that.
Oh, by the way, I kind of want to have you head back to the crystal pool real quick. I just remembered something.
Alright. Okay.
Now, follow me.
Okay.
Right after I get out of this battle with the Yanma. Okay, so you see over here?
Yeah.
Geronimo! If I recall correctly, this area would be the place where you can find Feebas in the wild.
Mm-hmm.
Feebas.
Yes.
This pool of water right here. Oh my god, Koraidon's multiplying.
So far I only see one Pokemon, and it is not a Feebas.
Oh, I think if you hunt the wall, they eventually spawn, from what I heard.
What the?
This way, soft tacos.
Ah! There's one.
I forget, did you not have Feebas yet?
I think I caught one in a Terror Raid that I entered in randomly.
Oh. I know you already have Milotic. I traded you the data for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd be lying if I said this wasn't my first time into this portion of the caves.
Ah, okay.
No, wait, I traded you Feebas as well. That's why you have the data.
Ooh.
Yeah, we did that whenever we were doing the data and all that stuff.
Where does this
Let's see.
lead? Hello, Swinub.
Okay.
Ah!
Well, hello. A whole frickin' bunch of these things.
Hello, Noibat. Now, if I recall correctly, there is another cave system, and it'd be beneficial for us to head over towards it. It's right by Kitikami Hall.
Next to right here.
Not exactly there, but I'll get over to where that is.
Okay.
Oh, I guess while you're there, you could talk to the people over at the picnic table.
Okay.
Hey, you're one of those students from Paldea. I see you happen to make I happen to make chairs in my free time. But I'm a bit stuck on what to design for use in some nice picnic chairs. Could you maybe show me any tablecloths you've got on you?
Probably not a whole lot, but sure.
I see. So these are the kinds of designs people in Paldea like, huh? I'm gonna try making some new chairs using the designs you've shown me. And a 1 and a 2, and here I go! My work here is done. Allow me to share the fruits of my labor with you in thanks.
Okay, nice.
If you so happen to upon any new tablecloths, don't forget to show them to me.
Oh, I need to buy some tablecloths.
Alright, now if we head this way,
Okay.
and grab the walls. We should be entering in over by Fellhorn Gorge. Ice Beam.
That thing is dead.
I want to say it's somewhere around here.
Wait, what's the idea?
Any luck fighting that cave you were talking about?
It's got something to do with the waterfall.
Come on.
Ah, I ran into a tandem mouse.
And now you just completely disappeared on me. Ah, there you are.
Yeah, my gut's wanting to say it's somewhere around here.
Oh, what are we looking for?
Set of caves, he said.
Yeah. The one that had the waterfall running through it.
Why am I stuck? Oh, this is very nice in the way.
I'm sorry if I'm just sending you guys on a wild goose chase.
You're fine.
Might be at the very top. Well, if there is a cave, I do not see it. I see a whole bunch of... Wait, that's the...
I found it!
This is the ogre's den.
I found it!
You found the cave?
I know. Also,
where'd
I
you-
know you said ogre, but it sounds like you said yogurt.
It is ogre.
You went to the yogurt's den.
It's Joker.
Yeah, just follow where I am on the map.
There you are.
Not anymore.
Chilling Waterhead. That is a...
Dynamo, leave me alone!
Oh, I couldn't even see that. And apparently I didn't see this one.
Yeah, these things are annoying.
I can see that.
I'm just gonna take out this Goomy while I'm at it. And this Dynamo. And the Sneasel. And the Goomy respawned, I guess.
Okay, for a second there, my Koraidon just went invisible.
Take him out.
So, left or right?
– – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – –
You are underneath me.
I am?
You were. Like, you're there, but you're... what the fuck? Okay, you were saying about
okay, and
the...
now you're standing on water.
Okay, so remember how you were saying that the... Crystal Pond or Crystal Pool, whatever, was the worst area? Are we sure this isn't the worst area?
Let me out of here. Go away, Snow Runt! I mean, at the very least, you're going the right direction. The direction is up.
Yeah.
But at least wait for us.
You'll get here before too much longer.
69, nice.
And it, of course, it's a female. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Sneasel that... Why am I dry humping Miraidon?
I was talking about the tiny animal I ran in.
What the hell is going on here?
These caves are not friendly.
Okay, it's, hold still, hold still, hold still.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I could try to get up to where you are.
Oh, here you are.
My Koraidon has turned invisible 3 times so far in this cave. So what is this deal with this
Oh,
cave?
hey, it's a Dunsparce! My goo! My precious little goo loves dark places. Do not talk to me about your goo ever again. You are way too young to be talking about that stuff.
Oh dear. She looks so unenthused.
No, goo! Don't go into the light! What the fuck? What the... Is that a shiny Basculegion?
Wait.
Okay, I thought for a second something was going on with, like, your Koraidon or something. I completely forgot that the female looked like piss.
Yes, my spirit mustard looking.
What the flip? Oh, I see what you mean now.
So I take it none of us went after the Dunsparce.
Actually, I killed it.
Oh.
Yeah. It encountered me by accident, but still regardless.
Alright, now if we head further up into the cave system...
Okay.
You've now visited about every place in this map.
Make it rain.
Also, this area will come important later.
I'm curious now as to what this stepladder leads to. As tall as it is.
Reaching to the heavens.
We get a stairway to heaven. This is a ladder up to it.
Yeah.
Where the goo went.
What the goo doing? Oh hey, you should be getting night spawns now because it's nighttime for me.
Oh my gosh! Oh.
What'd you done with?
I thought it was Jirachi.
Jirachi's not in the game!
According to Celebi.net.
Cerebi.
Is it Celebi or Cerebi?
The Pokemon's name is Celebi. The website's name is Cerebi.
That's confusing. But yeah, it's like from this angle, it looks like a Jirachi. But as I got closer, it was not. I was about to lose my absolute ever-loving mind.
It's ever-loving, but what is it ever-loving?
Gosh. Whose Jirachi is that? Okay, it's Millie's.
I forgot you were level 12. I'm sorry.
I was. Oh my gosh.
I forgot Jirachi. Wait.
That's a shiny, isn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't think you could transfer Jirachi.
Someone gave me a shiny Jirachi.
Oh gosh.
What other Pokemon were made transfer only? I thought it was just limited to the starters and the Sinnoh Mythicals.
Nope.
Oh, you guys and your connections, man.
What else is there?
Well, we already got like I don't know. I mean, we already got it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised considering, you know, we're out on.
Like, I know that... I know Mew, Magearna, Meloetta, Diancie, Hoopa, and Volcanion are all transferable.
The sword doggos, obviously.
I'm specifically talking mythicals.
Hoopa, Meloetta, Mew, yeah.
Oh yeah, Zarude's a mythical. I keep forgetting it's a mythical. But yeah, of the list of mythicals, the only ones that we don't have in this game are Celebi, Deoxys.
Gotcha.
What? Oh, okay, you're just... Okay, so we're missing Celebi, Deoxys, Victini, Keldeo, Genesect, Marshadow, Zeraora, Meltan, and Melmetal. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're missing 9 mythicals out of the menagerie.
That's not too bad.
Unless if I'm mistaken and you can actually transfer a Deoxys over.
I don't know about the opposite.
I'm sure someone has probably proven that factor. I don't know who that who the I don't know who they might be, but if someone has, they have. As someone says, where there's a will, there is a way.
Through the power of modding. Okay, now you're just showing off.
What is she doing now?
She's a shiny Arceus.
But I do like Mariana. Mariana's cute.
I believe Rio also has a shiny Arceus, doesn't he, as well?
What do I know? I have a shiny Darkrai and a Dialga.
Nice.
Both of which I obtained through trades.
I think I got mine from Pogo. Because of a raid. I do want to get guaranteed transfer if I find one.
Okay, you should be good to head back to Muscly.
Yeah, that's what I'm fixing to do right now.
I'm just gonna look around for raids.
I'm just collecting items. Wee. Ow. Ow.
Ow.
I am not going to ow that time. I am gonna parachute this. Well, off to collect more rare bones.
Yeah, that's a Leslie found here one Leslie.
Hey, Grandpa, we got the crystal cluster you needed.
Blackcross, Carmen, I'm so sorry.
Huh? Did something happen?
Kieran, he ran off with the mask.
What? Why would Kiki do that? Did you tell him about the ogre or something? I haven't said a word.
No.
Right, I'm sorry. I know you wouldn't just blab to him like that.
Kieran seems to have headed to Loyalty Plaza with the mask. I think it would be best for the two of you to go after him.
Loyalty
Loyalty.
What is wrong with me and trying to talk?
Would this count as a speech impediment?
I mean, depends on what's your interpretation of a speech impediment. It's getting tongue twist so easily that is annoying considered speech impediment. I think the answer is definite.
Well, we don't know scientifically.
No, but even still, the fact that I get so much more tongue twist more than I ever should. It's like, regardless of how well of shape I'm in, rather if I had a good sleep or not, I get the worst tongue twist in the world. It's really bad too whenever I'm at work and I'm trying to speak. I have to stop myself like this and think of what I'm trying to say and then actually say it in hopes that I don't slur it again.
I don't think anything's gonna top you saying Pupper Milky.
When was this again? I forgot.
Kingdom Hearts 2, when we were entering Disney Castle.
And what was I trying to say?
Popper Mickey.
Oh, Popper Mickey, gotcha. That's what it was.
But you said Pupper Milky.
Yeah. Oh, that messed me up real badly. I was like, what?
It's like, what? What? What did I say? What did I say? Okay, I know it has you-know-who in it, but I think it'd probably be better if we had visual context by including that clip in the highlight if this is part of it.
Yeah. Boy. And then, of course, there's me trying to properly pronunciate Riolu and Clefairy.
Clefairy.
Clefairy. Fairy. Not Flary. Fairy.
And it's cla, not ka. Like, picture a chicken clucking.
Clefairy.
It's like that for the entire line.
And then there's Cavell.
And
Cavlair. Piju.
Pichu.
No, I'm pretty sure I said Piju. Piju. I'm pretty sure I did say Piju.
It just
and
sounded
not
like
B.
you said. It sounded like you said ja instead of cha. That's why I was correcting you. If you said it correctly, I apologize.
Pokemon Company, please do me a favor and stop trying to mess with my English. Or to be more precise. Stop making these Pokemon names so complex. I mean, record, Clefairy and Piju were generations ago.
You said
but
chew,
even
not chew.
Were generations ago, but regardless. Anyway.
I feel like a jerk for constantly pointing it out.
You just play the games more than I do. That's what it is.
I'm the loser of the game we didn't know we were playing.
Blackcross.
Kiki, what in the world do you think you're doing?
You two knew, didn't you? You knew that the ogre wasn't the real bad guy in the stories. The Loyal Three were the real bad guys, but the ogre's the one that gets treated like an outcast!
You knew.
And you two did the same thing to me! You treated me like an outcast when you met the ogre!
I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
You're no different than those villagers back then. You know how much I love the ogre! You acted like you didn't know anything, but you were laughing at me behind my back all along!
That's not what happened at all.
Liar! You're a liar!
What's gotten into you, Kiki? You're acting real off today.
Blackcross! Battle me! If you win, I'll give you back the mask. So come on, battle me already!
Okay, I will.
Okay. Let's do this then. Get to your position. I'm not gonna hold anything back, you hear me?
Hey, I forgot to upload the Pokemon thing.
Note that this is the first time he doesn't heal your team.
Yep.
I know this isn't right, but I can't just hand the mask over to you.
I got a little invested there.
Very.
I keep the microphone on that.
Like, dang, you know what the ballad that we're trying to make someone happy?
Gligar should be weak to ice, if I recall.
That's gonna
I
hurt.
really hope that I don't have any of my neighbors wondering what the hell's wrong.
You're that good, huh? I can beat you, Blackcross. I will win!
Let's see.
I forget, doesn't Sisu have an ice move?
She probably has it in her roster, but she doesn't have one on her.
Oh.
I mean, so long as I'm able to hold my own right now, I think I should be okay.
Alright.
So long as Earthquake doesn't get to a critical, I think I should be alright.
Hey, Millie, I found one of your crystals in the Barrens. I found one of your crystals in the Barrens.
And Sora's down.
Are you far away from the microphone?
He is.
Yes,
Down.
get him! I gotta keep up this momentum now!
Let's see. Doubt it, but... still effective. Better than what it was before.
It's probably just neutralized because it's part ground type, and ground is weak to grass.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Cormorant.
Are you
Cramorant.
serious? Are you serious?
What do you mean, am I serious?
I just battled someone and it got me out.
There we go.
I had a battle with someone, and then like everything went.
What
wrong.
can't you do? You're like the hero in a story!
So yeah, an error occurred and I got kicked out.
Wait, you got disconnected from the Union Circle?
No, an error occurred, so they closed after just chatting with them on the battle.
So you're not in the Union Circle anymore.
Nope.
So we need to regroup then.
I can come back from this! I got this! I got this!
Dimplin.
That thing is quad weak to ice.
Yeah, I have
Dragon
no...
type.
I have no ice.
Maybe Bernadette could work because grass is weak to fire.
It's a dragon, right?
Yeah.
Archimedes might with Moonblast.
Right.
I mean, it's not it's not level 100, but it'll have a better chance, I think.
That need to be unequal playing field.
True.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is a different battle theme than the one that you had with him before.
It does sound different.
I need to go back. Who was in that one?
Archimedes got to finally shine here.
Because it's a shiny.
Why? Why can't I be as good as you? Man. Ah!
Can you look closely at his hand?
Ah!
That hurt.
Ow!
Kiki, are you alright?
Here. I promise. Say hi to the ogre for me.
Hey, listen, Kiki. I should apologize for...
I'm going home.
I'm sorry about all that. He's normally not like this at all. Do you think most people act up like that around Kieran's age?
Well, let's see. Emotionally stunted, presumably physically abused by a older sibling, having a secret being kept from him about one of the things that he idols, and being left in the dark about it. You tell me, Carmen. Do you tell me? Do you think most people act like this around his age?
Right. I sure never let teenage angst get to my head like that. I don't know what to do with him. What the frick was that? Hey, can you hear something? Is it coming from the Loyal 3 monument? Don't tell me those things have awakened.
Oh, they've more than awoken. They were brought back to life.
What's going on? Huh. Huh? What in the world?
Terrific! Okay.
Well, what do you want? What are they doing?
Okay. Terrific!
Seriously, what is going on? What was that all about?
Pokemon from the old folk tale.
Hey, you're right. They were 3 of them, and they look all sinister. That's gotta be them. The story said they were laid to rest under the statues, right? What brought them back to life?
The mask.
Wait, they ran off towards Kitakami Hall.
Okay, so here's the thing. When you went over to the crystal pool, Carmen mentioned something about how sometimes you can meet people from beyond the grave over there.
Right.
The crystals came from that pool and were put inside of the mask. So more than likely, the power of the crystal pool was brought over to Loyalty Plaza and resurrected them from the dead.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I think someone pointed out like when the kid the statue there was like a little bit of purple dust in it.
I hadn't even noticed that. Huh.
It's the small things, man.
That can't be good. Let's go after them. Come on.
But I am genuinely worried that my neighbors are gonna file a noise complaint for how loud I was tonight.
Oh no.
Because I'm used to, because of the place I was living at, having very little insulation.
Mm-hmm.
My voice would have been like thrice the volume it was then.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find out who was I battling that caused me to crash.
Actually, should we reform the Union Circle then?
I think that might be a good idea.
What?
All right, I'll disband.
Cause I don't know what happened. I was battling someone and suddenly all the only grass in the it was only the ground with no grass. In the background was
Form group.
black.
I got fixed up Lucario. Oof.
You could just head over to the community center and heal him.
I wish
True.
I should have recorded it.
And I guess while you're also looking at the code, you could pull up the video that I put in the live chat.
Oh, the one with Arlo?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I found it to be adorable.
If it's the one that I'm thinking of, the answer is yes, it's very adorable.
Actually, there's two different ones.
So,
I mean, there's something.
so Nintendo, don't you hate it when
Yeah, this is the one that I was thinking.
I died?
I can see your reflection. I can see your.
Hello,
I like that. That's good.
hello.
I'll take a picture of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll stay here.
Okay. My phone takes a while to load up the camera.
I get tired of holding the position.
That's okay.
I'm slobbering.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Okay, sorry.
Just look at the. That's really good.
That's
I
good.
like that. Yeah.
Oh,
I'll show
shit.
you. Hold on.
I like that.
We'll zoom in everything.
I love
Send
that.
to me.
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Millie, you went invisible.
I'm invisible.
To me, that scene right there is very Muppet-esque.
Hey everyone, this is Kane,
Hi.
my
I'm
editor.
My editor, and I'm here. And we're here to finally do a video together.
See that you mentioned
Yeah.
What can we
Muppet-esque
talk about?
stuff.
Is there anything
Uh,
that Nintendo's
I got mixed
doing?
feelings on this.
they had the direct.
Anything else you can say about that?
No.
Is there any?
I mean, I did all my videos.
We
on
did
it.
like 5.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that they're doing at the moment? Anything new?
No, you get the dry spell. Kind of comes after the direct, you know.
I guess. So what do we? What do we do?
Lunch.
In and out?
Yeah.
Let's go get that. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Should the Muppets retire? Why would
I got
anyone
mixed
say
feelings
that?
on this. I have got so many mixed feelings on this.
There's no denying that The Muppet Show was a runaway success. It's estimated that it had an international audience of over 200 million in over 100 countries, creating a universal cultural moment that cemented their place in the zeitgeist and in our collective childhood memories. But The Muppet Show also captured a moment in time, an era of chaotic comedies that harkened back to the days of slapstick and vaudeville, a desperately needed antidote to Watergate and the Vietnam War. But as the freewheeling 70s became the capitalist 80s, the Muppets fell out of favor. The TV show ended in 1981, and their third feature, The Muppets Take Manhattan, made only a little over $25 million. Jim Henson, now largely absent from the Muppets, was focused on his pet projects, The Dark Crystal and The Labyrinth. Both would be financial failures.
Ouch.
And despite a good run
Didn't
with
know
children's
that.
shows like The Muppet Babies and Fraggle Rock, audience appetite for more Muppets was low. Disney was already sniffing around, and following the death of Jim Henson in 1990, they would step in and co-produce one final success with The Muppet Christmas Carol. Emboldened and flush with Disney cash, they tripled the budget for their next feature, Muppet Treasure Island, and promptly fell on their face. The Muppets have failed to find their footing since. From reinvention to a return to form, the next 30 years of the Muppets have been a calamity of mismanagement, near misses, and outright failures. As we look back at what's become of these once beloved characters, we need to ask ourselves, should the Muppets retire? The failure of Treasure Island stung, and concerned that the last two films had infantilized the Muppets, Treasure Island writer Kirk Thatcher led the charge for an edgier, more adult show with Muppets Tonight. His vision was, in many ways, truer to the original Muppet Show. After all, the original pilot was titled Sex and Violence. Sure, they were kid-friendly, but not geared exclusively to kids. Up against the likes of South Park and Ren and Stimpy, it seemed a sound mindset, but one that would fail them then and time again. The time slot for Muppets Tonight shifted 3 times as ABC fished for viewers, with the second season playing out entirely on the Disney Channel. Even with some decent-sized guest stars who likely agreed to be a part of it before seeing the final product, it failed to draw a crowd. To rub salt in the wound, Muppets Tonight would win an Emmy for Best Children's Programming, cementing their place as purely kiddie fare. The back and
Ouch.
forth between updating for a modern audience or staying in the shallow end of the pool would haunt every production onwards. That internal tug-of-war at the Henson Company would produce some Frankenstein productions, and nowhere more evident than in 1999's Muppets from Space. In many ways, Muppets from Space derailed the franchise, and it would be 13 years before they saw the big screen again. Behind-the-scenes wrangling over story and direction are evident on the screen, with large patches of the script hastily rewritten and a complete U-turn on the ending. Co-writer Joseph Mazzarino called it a miserable experience, and audiences and critics agreed. On a budget of $24 million, it only took in $22 million and had even hardcore fans like Roger Ebert suggesting that the Muppets had become the one thing that they'd tried so hard to avoid: dated. The movie's performance also derailed the deal the Henson Company had with Sony for 15 features over 5 years with a budget north of $200 million. Suddenly cash-strapped, they finally agreed to be sold off to the German media company EM for $680 million. A few years later, though, EM had major fiscal problems, and in 2003, the Henson family bought back their company for a fraction of what EM paid. Exhausted, and with no Muppet projects on the horizon, the company hiked up their pants and finally sold to Disney. As would soon become the pattern for Disney, they meddled in the development, rushed something to the screens, and fans were served something half-baked. The Muppets Wizard of Oz tanked. Despite premiering on commercial TV, it ranked as the 42nd most-watched television program of the week. Audiences hated it, and the critics who watched it, all 10 of them, lashed it with a meager 30% on Rotten Tomatoes. Kirk Thatcher's more adult humor may have steered Muppets Tonight into a sandbar, but The Wizard of Oz wrecked that ship and set it on fire. References to Girls Gone Wild and a Quentin Tarantino cameo didn't fly with parents, and replacing Dorothy's wish to go home with her desire instead for Oz to make her a famous star was shallow and off-brand for both The Wizard of Oz and the Muppets. Mostly, though, it just felt small and cheap. The magic was gone. Interest had dwindled, and Disney's $75 million Golden Goose was now an albatross. It took 14 years for Disney to wrangle control of the Muppets, and they blew it with their first swing. It didn't help that Frank Oz was telling anyone who would listen that Disney's attempt to buy the Muppets is probably what killed Jim Henson. Disney's legendary frugality saw many original performers part ways with the company, and Disney CEO Bob Iger, who was never a fan, shuffled oversight of the group around the company, never really finding them a home. No one knew what to do with them. The Muppets were out in the cold. Jason Segel told so many people that he was writing a Muppet movie that eventually Disney was forced to let him. The self-described superfan wanted to pay homage to the Muppets' roots, and he undeniably achieved that, much in the same way J.J. Abrams paid homage to A New Hope with The Force Awakens, by treading familiar ground. Groundbreaking. In order to save Muppet Theater, Kermit would have to get the band together and put on a show. Critics and audiences took the nostalgia bait, and the film reeled in $165 million from a $45 million budget, helped in no small part by Seagal's whistle-stop promotion tour. Seagal's intent from the start was to put the Muppets back in the spotlight, and mission accomplished, he declined the offer for a sequel. The movie was only a modest success, a fitting swan song that returned Disney's $75 million advance back into its coffers. But Disney wasn't going to short its investment now that it was finally showing returns. To keep the spotlight on the Muppets while they waited on the sequel, they pumped out the Lady Gaga and the Muppets Holiday Spectacular, a vehicle to debut her new album with so few Muppets that when they did show up, they looked like product placement, and the Jim Henson Creature Workshop Challenge.
I remember that.
A 6-episode puppet version of Project Runway that was canceled after the first season.
I didn't know that part.
These were both filler, though, killing time before the next new movie. While Seagal's
Millie,
film
I
was
think I found
laden
your
with
6-star
so much
crystal.
saccharin that it put viewers into a diabetic
the fire
coma.
shifter.
The what?
There's a crystal that's the fire
Ah.
shift.
Muppets Most Wanted asked the question, how funny would it be if Kermit was sent to a Russian gulag? If the box office was anything to go by, the answer was, not very.
Yeah.
Following what they presumably thought was a successful formula with The Great Muppet Caper, Muppets Most Wanted was cumbersome, soulless, and bloated. The film opens the same way as every Muppet movie does, including the one before it, by separating Kermit from Piggy so that they reunite in the third act. This is literally the arc of every movie. Muppets go their separate ways, shenanigans ensue, Muppets reunite. Everything else, especially the celebrity cameos, are just scenery. A lot of reasons were laid out for its failure, not one of which was Disney and the Henson Company needing to take a good, long, hard look at themselves. No, instead it was the lack of Seagal, a surprisingly strong showing from Mr. Peabody and Sherman, not releasing it around Thanksgiving. Plus, and I'm not making this up, the Russian invasion of Crimea. Not a great time for gulag gags.
Eesh.
In 2015, the Muppets launched what could be argued was their first sitcom. Simply titled The Muppets, the series was a parody of other mockumentary-style shows, such as Parks and Recreation, Modern Family, and The Office. The show revolves around the backstage antics of a late-night talk show hosted by Miss Piggy, and credit where credit's due, it's not awful, it's not funny either, and the more adult approach to its humor, including references to sexuality, drugs, and alcohol, was enough for the American Family Association's Karens on Demand, also known as 1 Million Moms, to organize a boycott before the show had even aired. They needn't have bothered. ABC canceled the series after just 16 episodes when it failed to turn around ratings, which had started with a respectable 9 million and slowly petered out to less than 3. A far cry from the halcyon Muppet Show days of a worldwide 200 million. In many ways, it's this series that exemplifies the Muppet dilemma. Their old style of humor isn't funny anymore, but audiences don't like it when they modernize it. They want the Muppets of old, but they don't want to watch it. Trying to meet the audience halfway, Ben Henson produced a new crop of characters for the R-rated Happy Land Murders just 2 years later, which bombed so spectacularly that they were sued by the owners of Sesame Street for smearing their reputation.
Yeah.
In 2019, Disney cranked out a reboot of Muppet Babies for Disney Junior, which coincidentally would also be sued, this time by Jeff Scott, the guy who developed the original. But with their streaming service on the horizon, they needed new content, and they needed it fast. The series, being written for the last year and a half by Josh Gad, set after the events of Muppets Take Manhattan, was shelved due to creative differences. So the Muppet Studios hastily cobbled together what would become Muppets Now, a 6-part and purportedly improvised series of disjointed shorts and one-joke sketches. It has a rating of 69% on Rotten Tomatoes, and I'm calling bull. It reportedly only took 6 days to shoot all 6 episodes, and it shows. The sketches are sketchy, the cameos are wasted, and the series is a microcosm of everything that's wrong with the Muppets, making the same jokes they made 40 years ago and expecting the same response. After all this time, how much comedy is there still to mine out of Miss Piggy's vanity or Fozzie's insecurities? The Muppets are at their best when someone wrote a genuinely funny sketch, then inserted a Muppet into it. The writers were leaning too heavily into the idea that the Muppets are funny simply because they're Muppets. That ship has sailed. A half-decent attempt to rectify that was made in 2021 with the short feature Muppets Haunted Mansion, a tie-in with the Disney theme park attraction. It focused almost exclusively on Gonzo and Peppy, and finally gave the Muppets their long-sought Halloween special. From this moderate success came The Muppets Mayhem. Adam F. Goldberg, who also wrote the screenplay for the failed Muppets Wizard of Oz, was somehow given another shot, and the results were not great. There's always been a great debate among the Muppet creators over the value of the human centerpiece, with some arguing that the human should be the anchor, while others argue they should play second fiddle to the Muppets. Either way, casting is key. So for Muppets Mayhem, they cast... Oh God, really? Lily Singh?
Sometimes I think you want to fail.
Well, that aside, the show groans under the weight of trying to elevate 6 minor Muppets, 3 of which are mostly nonverbal, to create over 4 hours of plot. One critic rather aptly described it as a show for everyone and sort of no one, really. The audience has moved on. You have to wonder, at what point are the diminishing returns enough to call it quits? Even the House of Mouse knew that milking Mickey wasn't a viable long-term strategy. The Muppets haven't been beloved for 40 years. They were beloved 40 years ago. No one's buying what they're selling. But you would assume that it was selling products that was keeping the franchise alive. But merchandising has long since fallen off, accounting for little more than a shelf in Disney stores and even less on their balance sheets. The creator of Muppets Mayhem referred to them as an IP in the vein of Star Wars and Marvel, which is true in so much as Disney got a hold of it and ruined it for everyone.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
But it would be unfair to lay the blame entirely at their feet. Jim Henson's kids still serve as chairman and CEO, desperately trying to keep their father's legacy alive with new content that stays true to the core principles of a 45-year-old television show. But here's the thing about legacy. Something needs to end for a legacy to begin. The Muppets have been trading on the same goodwill that they erode with every new outing. And I understand the temptation. In researching this video, and maybe even for you in watching it, it's easy to be intrigued by their potential, but go watch them. Go watch them and come back and tell me if you think there's still juice there, or has their time come to pass. The wonder and the magic of the Muppet Show is that it's a fond memory that sustains us in adulthood, one that was born of youth and novelty. Can you really recreate that? And do you even really want to? Should the legacy of the Muppets be what it was or what it has become?
There's a lot of points that can be made with that final statement. But the problem is that when you try to market it to the mass, you're always going to fail in some sort of an event. Even if you come out even, you're always going to be short in every aspect, sadly. Especially when you try...
Either you try to please everybody, or you please no one.
Yeah, and that's been the biggest problem. The Muppets is not for everyone. It's like, it's very appointed. When they try to go mature, no one wants it. Either by the fans or by, according to statements, moms. And
Karen's on demand. that part did get me, though. I'll be honest.
But it's... The problem isn't trying to... The problem isn't the humor. The problem is trying to find the right people that can make the product work in a time in which where humor has changed drastically.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, people like myself and Delmar, our humor is very much, let's face it...
very much fixated on that kind of content, as it were.
Yeah. But for a newer age of audiences, it does not match with it. And trying to keep up with that balance is going to be impossible. You're going to piss off a lot of people, regardless of what you do. But the best thing that you can do is just take the formula that you've got right now and see where it hasn't tread into yet, and take it down that direction. It's sort of like how they did the Muppets Haunted Mansion. It was still the Muppets' same formula, but yet it went into a territory that it never treaded before, which was eventful, but it was fun. So what they need to do now is take that same ideal premise, take it, and then continue it on. Take the same formula, but tread it into a different path and see how it clicks. It's like from here on out, the formula is good. You just need to take that same ideal and take it into a different location and see how it sticks. And then continue it from there. And if something really sticks, see how long you can take that to the next level. If it doesn't work, move on.
That cake.
Yep. And in Disney's case, they want a big chunk of it. But you can't take the whole thing, because then people are going to assume you're just greedy. To be fair, though, they waste hundreds of millions of dollars on a single property more than they should. So that's their fault. Secondly, you also have the fact that this is Hollywood. And Hollywood is a modern Hollywood. But it has a higher income rate than any other state. We're technically considered, well, I am anyway, low tax rate. So income is very low demand, technically. So,
and then you got me, who's poverty.
Right, so. Ouch. You're always going to have that complex field. It's like, no matter how you handle it, you're always going to have people that's going to argue against the ideal and stuff like that. Like, I get the reason why the strike has to happen and stuff like that. But at the same time, too, the question is, how much were they getting paid before, and what are they using that money mostly on? It's like you need to look at all those fields of expertise before you make the argument stance and complain about it and stuff. Like, really look at the broader picture before you argue about it.
At its current state, I'd say that the Muppets, or just anything Jim Henson that isn't from PBS, so stuff like, obviously the Muppets, duh, Fraggle Rock, Dinosaur, the Bear in the Big Blue House, and especially the Dark Crystal, that would all be considered cult following.
Yeah. And then you're going to have some people, in a weird sense, that actually did like what was considered to be the quote-unquote fell properties. For example, the Netflix series Dark Crystal.
Or the aforementioned Muppet Treasure Island. I remember liking that one a lot when I was
a kid. It was really good. Like, both of them was good. But because they didn't turn profits, it just couldn't keep up. Oh.
Hey, if I recall correctly, there's an item behind this building.
Ah, okay.
When you get done with this.
Ah. I thought... Was it you or me that voiced him?
It was me.
Ah.
But I think it'd be better if you voiced him.
Okay. Ah. If it isn't Black Cross. If only
I took over Billy, so it only makes sense you take over one of my voices.
Yeah. If only you'd been here a few minutes earlier. Hey, did those lousy 3 Pokemon come here? I believe you mean the Loyal 3, Carmen.
The Loyal 3?
Forget about that silly title. Always with your attitude. But yes, you did miss out on an incredible treat. The Loyal 3 were just visiting our humble little hall.
Humble.
It seemed they wished to collect the shiny mask we've kept safe here at Kitakami Hall. So naturally, we representatives of the hall were happy to return the mask to them with all haste. You gave them the mask? and we offered them a platter of our special Kitakami mochi, packed full of our best herbs. Of course you gave them Herba Mystica. Good Lord Almighty, they're gonna be freaking Titan levels.
They do have boss level. They do have the boss meters.
Oh yeah, so the loyal three gobble them up in a flash. And you fed them?
Kitakami mochi are full of nutrition. The loyal three are bigger and stronger now, I'm sure.
But those lousy three are the bad guys. The mask belonged to Ogerpon. I really wish I could tell them everything. So where did those three go? They went at once to ascend Oni Mountain. Perhaps they have in mind to finish off the terrible ogre that lurks in the dreaded den.
No wonder they're dubbed the Loyal Three. Such hard-working heroes they are.
This isn't the time to be laughing at all. If the story we heard is true, then those three must have gone to get revenge on Ogerpon. They saw the ogre fought using the powers of his mask. But Ogerpon doesn't have any mask right now, right? It won't stand a chance. We should help it.
They're not wrong. All three of them are poison type.
Oh, frick. Great.
And Ogerpon is a pure grass type.
Yeah, we're on the same page, but we should split up. You head up to Dreaded Den and help Ogerpon. I'll go back home and get the mask fixed up. Get the mask fixed up. Give me the mask and the crystal. Thanks. I'll head your way the moment the mask's fixed. Until then, make sure Ogerpon's safe.
I know that it's supposed to be Ogerpon, but like, it kind of, the way that you were saying, it kind of reminded me of that red and blue knockoff game called Robopon.
Oh, I didn't realize that person gives you an emote.
There we go.
What were you saying, Nilly?
There's a kid that says please, and if you talk to him, he gives you the please.
The weaponized cuteness kid? Yeah. We already went over that. If it makes you feel any better, Chris, I think in my earlier days I had a bit of dyslexia when it came to reading names. For instance, when I saw the name Shift Tree for the first time, I almost blurted out loud the name that I thought it was spelled and I almost said shit fry.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. Come on now.
Kind of like that camera angle. Terrific!
Alright, time to level you down.
Careful, this guy's part psychic.
Oh, fun!
And all 3 of them have the ability Toxic Chain. Okay.
Which cannot be a good thing.
Basically, what happens with the ability, if they land a hit on you, it has a 50% chance on poisoning you upon contact. However, it is only physical moves, to my knowledge, that do this.
Question, am I able to catch any of them, or not the point?
Not yet.
Okay, I figured as much.
You aren't able to capture them until the end of the story.
Right.
So, Okidogi, I already mentioned all 3 of them are poison type.
Yeah.
But Okidogi is part fighting, Monkey Dory is part psychic, and then Pheasantipity is part fairy. So we're dealing with a poison fighting type, a poison psychic type, and a poison fairy type.
Yeah.
Okay. Yip.
Knock it off, all of you. They were trying to go 3 against 1 on you, huh? I guess a fair fight's too much to expect.
Meanwhile, in Alola...
But now that we're here, we'll make you regret ever coming back to life.
They ran away!
Huh. I guess I'm just too much for them to handle.
Blackcross...
Go on. Say it properly.
About the mask. I just got so angry and... Well... I was real dumb. So... I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too.
Thanks, Blackcross.
He was sulking around, so I grabbed him by the collar and dragged him here. And well, I'm glad I did.
Along with you.
What?
He clearly was just running along with you. There's no custom animation of Carmen grabbing her brother by the collar and just dragging him along as he's just trying to get away from her.
Bun! It's really you. The real-life ogre.
A lot smaller in person, huh?
Wowzers. You're really something.
You wanted to be the one to give the mask back to Ogerpon, right, Kiki?
This is for you, dear ogre.
It seems scared. Maybe it's not good with new people, Kiki.
I don't think it'll take it if I'm the one giving it back. You should be the one to do it. What, Bunya?
It seems so happy. It seems pretty comfortable around you, Blackcross. It'd be nice if we could give the other 3 masks back to Ogerpon too. Don't you think?
Did those 3 Pokemon take the masks that were in Kitakami Hall?
Take more like given. Yeah. Never mind that the mask rightfully belongs to poor Ogerpon here. I wouldn't put it past the so-called Loyal 3 to plot a second ambush either. We need to keep Ogerpon safe while we deal with them. That means the three of us are gonna form a team. The Mass Retrieval Squad. The name. The Mass Retrieval Squad.
Wait a moment. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Count me in. Good idea, isn't it? And you get to be my second in command.
Come on.
I could come too?
Of course you can. And now that that's settled, let's go gather intel about those loyal three in Mezui. Masoi. Ugh. We're gonna get those masks back. We can do this.
Ogrepon will now follow you around.
Oh my gosh.
Try to find me.
Wait. I mean, I see Mew too.
Wait, you could actually go into there?
Yeah, we discovered it last time, remember?
I know, but like, I didn't think you could actually like just like go in there. I thought it was blocked off like the Titan dens in Paldea.
Wait, you were in there? Where were you at?
What are you talking about?
It's like you disappeared, but then you came out of the cave. So it's like, where did you hide? I didn't even see you in here.
I wasn't inside of the cave.
But you were...
I was over here.
Oh. But I saw you come out of the cave. That's the thing, though. Either way. That's weird.
But yeah, to clear things up, no, I was not in the cave.
Okay.
I didn't know you could enter the cave.
Well, now you do.
Ah!
Let's make it easier on ourselves, hey?
Hi, Millie.
Yo.
Let's
I'm just collecting whatever I.
What's wrong, Ogrepon?
I bet it just doesn't want to go into the village. The villagers did a pretty good job chasing it out of there the way back when, so...
Yeah, you're right. Okay, well, maybe Ogrepon can wait for us here. We can go gather information while it waits.
Do you think it'll be okay?
Pay attention now, Ogrepon. We go in village. You stay here. Ogrepon, stay. Do you understand?
Huh?
Gonna take that as a no.
Wait here till we come back, okay?
Oh, no! Looks like it understood that.
What was wrong with what I said?
Ooh, a 4-star flying Diplin.
Alright, so let's see. Flying.
I'm going with Mewtwo because why the hell not?
Wait, what levels? Oh, it's 4. Okay.
Oh shoot, I just realized something.
What's that?
I don't know if they plan to have a workaround for this, but both maps have the ability to give you a 6-star den.
Good.
My point that I'm getting at here is, how's that going to affect Hisui and Decidueye?
I don't know.
Because they are going to release a 7-star Hisui and Decidueye raid.
Fun.
Yep.
Why not?
You just won't be able to catch it after you...
What the? Okay.
My point that I was trying to get at is like, does that mean that there's going to be 2 different spots that you could find the 7-star raid?
Maybe.
I don't know.
You're gonna drop the special raid for those Ducks Pokemon.
Wait, they still haven't done those?
Yeah, because like we got the double. Raichu and Cobalt.
Hey look, Millie's with us in spirit. One of the trainers has a Tauros.
Yeah.
Take it.
Ice Beam. That's a good chunk.
Yeah.
The power of soft tacos and jumba shall prevail.
And I was able to do the dealing blow.
The finishing blow.
Yeah, the finishing blow.
Wow, we got a lot of big pearls for that.
Daggum. Let's see here. You know, I'm gonna sell some of this stuff and see how much I've got.
Remember, you can hit the plus item to do bulk selling.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not quite 1,000,000, but... still a lot. So let's see. We need to gather every scrap of info we can get about any sightings of the Lousy Three. Let's meet up once we're done. So let's see. I got to see Okie Doggy, the real one. Okie Dogie. The real one wasn't as green as the Okie Dogie mask, though. I saw the Loyal Three chowing down on Mochi at Kitakami Hall. I saw...
I love how Swineup just moves about on the ground like a Roomba. Okay, so you just got a hint on where Pheasantipity is.
Right. Now we just need Okie Dogie and
Monkey Dory.
Monkey Dory.
The names are a play on the name of the animal they're based on and a positive phrase.
Yeah.
It's okidoki and the word dog, although the okidogi takes place a bit more in Okidogi's name. And in the case of Monkey Dory, they just literally replace the H in Hunky Dory with the letter M. And then Pheasantipity is a pheasant with the name pulling from the word serendipity. I forget, do you still have a tandem mouse?
I think I do.
Because I showed them a tandem mouse.
Well, I got their evolved form.
Maybe that'll work?
I doubt it, but we'll try it.
You don't need to have it in your party. You could just select it from the box.
Okay. Okay. They're so impressed by that.
Congratulations, we impressed somebody with procreation.
Oh, that's cool.
Wait, where'd Mewtwo go? Have you seen Okidogi of the Loyal Three? That purple scarf it wears is so lovely. I saw it wandering around in the Barrens.
So we now have 2 locations. Now we need to find Monkey Dory.
I think the person who knows about Monkey Dory might be on top of the community center.
On top?
Yep. There's a stairway behind it.
Is there? Well, I'll be there is. It's not very friendly though.
Well, then again, neither are our own stairs.
Well, I mean, the frames were just like... I mean, I got a couple of items, but I don't see anyone up here except for these hoot hoots.
Ah. By the way, what exactly were you talking about with stairs on your hate list?
So, if you've ever went up and down certain stairs, especially these kinds, your feet will stumble badly. In my case, okay, so I'm not gonna deny it. I am not in the best shape. I will say that much. But my legs hate going through the process of going up, much less downstairs. And in the now 7 years that I've lived in this apartment, I have at least fell down the stairs 3 times.
Oh.
Both times hurt. Thankfully, I haven't, like... So, by fell, I mean, like, I've tripped my feet over, and I kind of fell backwards on my butt. I didn't fall completely head first down the stairs, thankfully. It is still a pain in the ass. And it hurts. And I mean, people, I'm sure, hopefully, if they did get a little bit of an idea, if they saw my body shape, they can tell from Kung Fu Panda about how he says, he was like, my arch enemy, stairs. Yeah.
Also, for some reason in that video, you put the stair clip in it twice.
Did I?
Yeah, you ended up having, I forget, what number was the stairs?
I believe it was, 8.
Well, the clip that you played for number 8 was briefly seen in number 7.
Really?
Yeah, let me just start the video.
Why is my PC having trouble loading all of a sudden?
Yeah, I don't blame you with stairs. I was at...
Hey folks, Blackcross here, and welcome back to another video.
Someone else with stairs on the crawl.
Oh, I hate that. I remember also in my case, there was also a video... There was a stairway that I took that was a more convenient way to head to Hy-Vee instead of just going around the block where the apartment was sitting. And in order to do that, I had to just weave around a flight of stairs. It was fine going down them, but going up?
Yeah.
That was a whole other barrel of eels.
Yeah, I would have been fine, but the downside was like I was on Nick the hit kind of crack. Oh my god. Yeah, I tripped up. I usually trip a lot with it.
You will still be able to see.
Downstairs.
You know, you will still be able to. You will still be able to see. You know, you will still be able to see in the dark. I promise you that much. The white is the most
like
annoying
the
thing
weird
in the
feeling
world.
that you
And
feel
I
like
guarantee
missed
a
a
number
step.
of people who are trying to sleep at night will
Yeah.
feel a lot more rested if you didn't have those blaring at their freaking.
Yeah, I don't understand why that's there. What the heck? I'm going to fix that later. Huh. Dadgummit. Why was that clip like that? That was not supposed to be clipped like that.
Hey folks, annoyed.
This isn't the first time your editing software is kind of messed up like this before. I remember that one time you put Hank Hill up against an image of a member of the Team Star Brigade.
You will still be able to see.
Yeah, I'm going to fix that. Dadgummit.
But yeah, you see what I mean about Swineup just looking like a Roomba?
Just then and there, yeah. Oh, man. Alright, so where?
Hello. Excuse me.
Ah.
I thought someone had collapsed, so I went to check on them. But it was just Monkey Dory taking a nap. It could be so peaceful around that pond. Up there. What an ideal place for a snooze.
Alright. Time to compare notes. We're back, Ogrepon. Alright, let's combine the info we've gathered. You go first, Kiki.
Well, here's what I heard. And now you know where babies come from.
Let's see. Interesting.
Interesting, you're just saying that? After what he said?
Thanks to the information you two brought, I think we know exactly where each of those lousy three is hiding.
What'd you learn, Carmen?
Look, I'm the leader here. Mundane work like gathering info just doesn't suit me. Besides...
So what you're saying is that you essentially left us to do your dirty work.
Besides, I tried talking to a few people here and there, but they got all nervous and stuff. I wonder why. I'm just too pretty for my own good. I'll record everything we found out about those three to your Rotom phone. That way, we won't forget any of it.
Ah, she has the ribbon case.
The whereabouts of Okie Dokie, Monkey Dory, and Pheasantipity have been added to your map.
Now then, let's go retrieve those masks. We can do this.
No. I'm not going.
What? You're part of the team. We need to come... You need to come along.
As long as Blackcross is around, I'm sure Ogrepon will feel safe. Besides, I got things to do. Sorry.
I wonder if he's still upset. Oh well. I can't force him to tag along.
Says the person who literally dragged him up the mountain.
Let's just take care of this ourselves. You can decide where we head first. Let's get all of Ogrepon's masks back, alright?
I usually go in the order that they appeared in the decks. In this case, I went over to the Barrens to fight Okie Dokie. There's actually some interesting info on them in the map, if you have a look at it.
Okay.
So if you go to the far upper left, or I guess we could read this. Locals worshipping Monkey Dory leads to success in life. That doing so will make everything hunky-dory. Monkey Dory was originally a clumsy and dim-witted Pokemon, but a longing for cleverness led it to gain great wisdom. Locals believe worshipping Pheasantipity will lead to good luck and serendipitous happenings. Pheasantipity was once a Pokemon with short, dull feathers, but wished to be beautiful led it to gain an exquisite appearance.
Huh.
Locals worshipping Okidogi will grant you kindness and help keep things okie-dokie between you and other people. Okidogi was once a smaller and meeker Pokemon, but a desire for strength led it to gain powerful muscles.
Up. Back on here. There we go. I am going to go after Monkey Dory first, since it's the closest.
Make sure that you have a dark type that isn't weak to poison.
Oh, the problem is, I have Rosita. I'm pretty sure poison would really hurt her.
Yeah, it would. Grass is weak to poison.
As we have discussed this. What the? Oh. Okay, let's see here.
So, with Snorlax on your team, have you thought of a name for it?
I hadn't thought of one yet, at the moment. Which one did you say was weak against ice? Or was this something else?
That was Diplin.
Oh, Diplin, okay.
Although it is a dark type.
Yeah.
Oliver would definitely be a good choice.
I just gotta fix up the move set to where it has more dark moves. Let's see.
Ruination would bring it all the way to half health.
Yeah, that would help it at the start of it.
Maybe King Gambit would. Nah.
He doesn't have a King Gambit.
Oh, dang.
I mean, he does, but he's not put that much investment into it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think Oliver will be fine.
An ogre was found lying dead in the middle of the field.
Nah, it's just sleeping. Oh dear God!
Hold on. Let Ogerpon catch up with you, and then press the down button. Go over to Ogerpon and press ZR.
I think he has to switch the camera. Flip the camera over.
I was just wanting to see if Ogerpon would react to the noises from the phone.
Try the selfie. It might work from that.
Okay.
Yeah, press the Y button.
Yeah, and turn to it.
Where? There it is.
It's laying on the ground.
See you.
This music is supposed to make them active.
When I'm supposed to make them asleep.
Yeah, and they're not playing the one that makes them fall asleep.
I guess since they haven't caught it yet.
It might still work that way with your own Pokemon, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work for Ogerpon at the moment. But holy crap, did it get bigger.
Yep.
That Herba Mystica finally kicked in. It's the cocky looking one. That huge head must mean is Monkey Dory. Hey, I may be wrong about this, but has it gotten bigger than when we last saw it? Yes, it did. It got way bigger. Time for us to put this one in its place, Blackcross. Don't you worry, I got just the same. I wonder if it'll go all red in the face if we give it a good torching.
Trouncing.
Trouncing.
Time to find out.
That did not reduce it down to half health like I thought it would.
Yeah, the move is said to only do it to half health.
Yeah, and that wasn't half health. That was more like 1/10.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, I like how they updated...
There we go! That was more like it.
I like how they updated Morpeko's animation changes form.
Someone's got a weakness that we could just keep using until it fades.
Ow! Take it down now.
Okay, look at Morpeko.
Yeah, go away for it.
Ooh, Lord Almighty. That's what you get. Hey, look, it dropped a mask.
The Wellspring Mask.
We did it. We got the first mask back.
Aww.
It's so cute. It's so happy to get it back. It sure is happy. You know, I felt this way at the Crystal Pole too. But we make a good team, don't we? 2 masks left. Let's take the rest of the loyal 3 down. Alright, so... Fizzindipity is fairy poison, right?
Yeah, so a steel type would be good.
Technically, we got
Sora
Sisu.
know any steel type moves?
Huh?
Does Sora know any steel type moves?
A good question.
Because I thought it'd be better to just use the Pokemon that's already that type instead of having to set up.
Meteor Mash.
That might work.
Metal Claw.
Yeah, if you swap out poison jab for that, because I think you've maxed out close combat.
Yeah. Alright. Let's see. We can probably just glide down. Record will have to climb up first and then glide down, but that's beside the point.
How fitting to have a water stone just floating in the river.
Okay, so you're going in the cave.
Cave. I hate myself for saying that.
Where'd you go now?
Nature is the goat. Oh.
What'd you find? Okay, then.
I'm bringing in Count Black for this one. Oh, by the way, I transferred in more of my Galler team. Count Black, the Dusks Noir here being one of them.
Ah, okay.
You plan to join us, Millie?
Yeah, give me a second. What bit of tool am I going to use for this one?
Oh, you use De Laurentiis.
Yes. I haven't done a Komodo raid, so let's see how this will go.
Wait, you haven't done a Komodo raid?
Nope.
Have you not gotten Komodo?
No, I have. I just don't know what it is.
Ah.
Alright, Electro Ball.
Thunder Punch!
Oh wow, that thing's a little glitchy right there.
What was glitchy?
Komoro.
Komo-o. I doubt Destiny Bond is going to work.
Hey, if anything works, it works, right?
Basically, the way the Destiny Bond works is that if the Pokemon that uses it faints and has used it on the opponent, the moment that the user faints, the opponent faints too.
You never know.
Count Bleck, you tank!
Whoa! HP plummeted.
Millie, what did you put into that Lurantis?
A contrary lead storm. That's what happened. So it's like, you know, instead of ignoring its special attack, it's increasing its special attack every time it uses Sleep Storm.
Gosh. It works. But if we're going to do for a longer stream, I'm going to give myself a little bit of a bathroom break.
Alright.
So we shall be right back, everybody, so hang tight.
mean, I got a shiny Arcanine, so that would complete the living dex data? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, you're back.
Yes, we are back.
Yeah, I found a shiny dog.
Right now, I'm deviating from the path for a moment and deciding to go over through the Billy and Onair stuff.
Like if I touch it and I run away, that thing's gonna
Why can't I ride Koraidon? I was able to ride on it before. There it goes. I was wondering why. Alright, so where did I not? I was here a second ago, wasn't I?
And you completely missed the item ball.
What item ball?
I'm just gonna catch
that item ball. Oh yeah, there's one on top of that ledge too.
Alright, quick catch. That's good.
Okay, did she go down or up?
Oh, so you know that Ogreppon's a girl.
Well, number one, I kind of figured, but number two, I was referring to Fizz and Dippity.
Oh, the loyal 3-year-old dudes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 3-year-old guys.
Oh, well, sexist then, huh? There's the one that flies. Fizz and Dippity. This one's gotten bigger too, huh?
Yeet.
Time to bring this one down.
I was hoping to find a Nuzleaf, but you know, oh well.
Eep, 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 eep.
I know we're enemies, but his face is so pretty. Doesn't it remind you of me a little?
Not even close.
Nope.
If anything, I think Fezzidipity's prettier.
Yeah.
I don't know, they both have brick material.
Meteor Mash is actually doing quite the work.
Yeah, that's a really cute animation from a Peko.
Shit. Now it's shrunk down to size. You never stood a chance. Hey look, it dropped a mask too, just like the last Pokemon.
The Hearthflame mask.
I like how that looks. That's pretty cool looking.
It's just the red Gyarados.
That makes 2 masks back where they belong. It looks so happy.
I mean, you could see it, right?
Kinda, yeah.
It's got the mouth and the crown. I mean, the colors aren't entirely accurate, but it's definitely got the looks down to a T.
Yeah. No opponent's gonna give us any trouble so long as we're a team. Kiki really should have come with us. Well, one more mask remaining. Let's make this loyal one a loyal nun. And this one's a poison fighting, right?
Yep. Which means that a psychic type would do the best, because then it would be quad weak.
Right.
So either Midas or Arnold would do the trick.
Let's see. I think we'll let... Let's see. Special attack. Arnold. I was looking at special attacks and it's like Arnold's got more. So let's see. I do want to change up one of his move sets.
So we're actually focused on the stats then.
A little bit, especially if I'm wanting to put out more damage.
Is Armor Rouge a special attacker?
I mean, I would imagine it is. It's fire, right?
Millie, back us up here. Is Armor Rouge a special attacker or a physical attacker?
Oh, I'm not sure about that one.
I mean, according to the 2 dots that it's got, its attack is supposed to be his main support, but its special attack is higher than his regular attack.
I think it's special attack because, like, it's literally shooting cannon.
Alright.
Let's see.
Yeah, you get 125 in special attack, but 60 in attack. So yeah, I think it is a special attacker.
I mean, I thought it was mostly. Most Pokemon
would be the attacker, a physical attacker. I mean.
Yeah. I mean, I know fighting type moves are physical attacks. And at first I saw Earth and no, Rock and Ground were physical. I thought they were, but they're not, are they? Because Earthquake still affects Ghost.
Yeah.
And
Ghost type is only immune to normal type.
And fighting.
Oh, right.
So there you go.
Normal and fighting.
So technically, fighting is a physical move, I thought.
Well, then there was in Generation 4, they had a physical and special split.
Ah, of course. If I got... Yeah, okay. Alright.
Yeah, the type does not equal physical and or special. Like, for example, the Dark type was originally completely special focused, yet you had moves like Bite and Crunch. How are moves that literally cause you to bite not considered a physical attack?
That's fair. That's fair. Once you put it in that perspective, yeah, that is kind of weird. Okay. Oh, here's the buff one, Okie Dokie. With all of his mean muscles. How is it they're all gotten bigger like this, though? Give me a break. It's the Herba Mystica. Apparently it has a side effect. Come on, Blackcross. It's time to cut this Pokemon down to size. I couldn't agree more.
I know it's a dog, but it's giving me Pete vibes.
It does, doesn't it? We'll see how well those defenses hold up against me. That scarf's way too stylish for the likes of you. Shit! Ooh, we found a weakness. Nice analyst there. My second in command. To be fair, I had help.
You could say that you had a man on the inside.
Also, was she hoping to finish that on her own? She's crazy. That thing almost killed it.
She led with a Pokemon that is weak to.
Yeah.
Morpeko is a dark type, and therefore is weak to both Pheasantipity and Okidogi.
The only dark type?
The only Pokemon in that group that wouldn't have been dealing anything from it would have been Pheasantipity. No, wait, not Pheasantipity. Monkey Dory. I was looking at something else when I said that. Sorry. I will say, of the Pokemon they brought back, I am glad Poochyena was one of them. Kind of helps to bring a lesser Pokemon back into the spotlight.
Yeah. We're like the ogre and his mask. We help bring out each other full power. And there it is. We got the last mask.
The Cornerstone mask. Probably the ugliest looking one.
Congratulations, Ogapon, and good work, Blackcross. We've got all the masks.
All the masks. We got them all. Yay.
Thank goodness. It all worked out, right, Ogapon?
Blackcross! Sis!
Huh? Kiki? What's up?
Well, I wanted to ask a favor. I wanted you to come to the village and bring the ogre with you.
You sure this is safe?
You gotta trust me. It'll be okay, I promise. That's all I wanted to ask. Just come.
I wonder what's gotten into him. Everyone in the village thinks that Ogapon's a menace, right? I hope he knows what he's doing.
What?
But he did have a confident look in his eyes. Let's trust Kiki and head to the village. If things go south, I'll use my natural charm to smooth things over. Sure you will.
Charm.
Sure you will. Yeesh. You really don't want to be here, do you?
Don't worry. It'll be fine.
Kiki, what's this all about, really?
I know you must be scared, Ogrepon, but I did my best. So, just trust me and come with me, okay?
This should be interesting to watch.
So that's the ogre Ogrepon. It's actually real.
Don't worry.
Let's just trust Kieran.
So this is the ogre of Oni Mountain. This is the true face of Ogrepon, whom we've so sorely wronged. For far too long, we've told tale, casting you as the villain here in Kitakami. We all owe you a great apology. Hey, what's going on? Why the sudden about face?
Kieran's been running around the whole village telling everyone the true story of what happened. I was worried he'd stir up a lot of resentment, so I told him to stop. However...
We're so sorry, dear ogre. Ogrepon's so cute.
It seems that I was wrong to worry so much.
Who knew Kiki had it in him? Especially since he usually hates talking to people.
From now on, you can come to the village whenever you want. And you don't need to hide your face when you do so.
The 3 masks we kept in Kitakami Hall rightfully belonged to you all along. If you manage to get them back from those 3 villains, please feel welcome to keep them. We got the mask back, and we managed to clear Ogrepon's name. Now that's what I call a happy ending. One last thing to do. Let's escort Ogrepon back to his home.
Now you just have to make your way back to the dreaded den.
Back up the mountain. Let's see.
This is Arendelle all over again.
Yep, it's like up and down the mountain. It's like, let's do this again! No, thank you!
All aboard the dumb train. Choo choo! Hey Chris.
Yeah?
You're probably gonna get this, but what does a locomotive have in common with a mouth?
I don't know.
Both of them can chew.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Elmo taught me that one. when they were doing the, they did an episode of Elmo's World on eating food where they were trying to figure out what does eat and what doesn't. And then Elmo said,
Trains don't eat, but they do chew. Get it? Chew, chew, trains?
That is cute.
Oh no!
What?
Remember when I said that I was having issues with the sparkle items showing me what item I pick up?
Yeah.
It's happening in Paldea too!
Yeah, it happened to me. And that was before it updated.
I thought this was just a thing that happened in Kitakami.
No.
Well, apparently someone needs to go back into programming school. Because it's messed up the whole game now, apparently. Okay.
Hi, Charcadet.
There we go. Well, here we are. It's a bit lonely out here, but I guess this place must mean a lot to Ogerpon.
Take care, okay, Ogerpon?
Oh no!
Hey, you know what? I think Ogerpon might want to go with you.
Papa! Hey, hold up.
Yeah.
If it's not gonna stay here, then I want Ogerpon to come with me.
Kiki.
I know I'm being real selfish. But Blackcross, please. Let me battle you. I want to see which one of us should get to keep Ogerpon with them.
Hey, Kiki.
I know. Oh, wait, never mind. I read that as Kieran for a moment.
I know you really love Ogerpon. I really honestly understand. But you have to think about Ogerpon's feelings too.
I want to battle anyway. So let me know once you're ready.
Alright, so let's see. Since we know what Pokemon you've got, I think I know how I'm going to be able to handle you this time. Yep.
Well then, let's get started. Whoever wins gets to be Ogerpon's partner. So, don't you hold back. Don't you dare! know you're probably better a trainer for Ogerpon, but I...
Okay, yeah, this is definitely different.
You're not holding back. Thank you. But I won't hold back either.
Poliwrath. Fighting
If
type.
you start fighting, so Shinpa would not be in the best position.
Yeah.
Which is exactly why I was suggesting that you take and swap out.
Well. Thing is, I thought I switched Pokemon, but... Alright, so let's see. Come on out, Archimedes. Robopass.
That is a rock steel type.
Okay, I think I know which one to use then.
It still pisses me off that it evolves from Nosepass with a Thunderstone.
It is mixed up.
They had the metal coat right there. But they just refused to do it.
Man.
Yeah, these teams, they don't pull any punches. He's got certain items on them. He's made sure to have specific abilities.
Guess luck isn't on my side. But it doesn't matter. I got this!
Sorry, I'm not saying too much right now. I'm just exploring.
It's fine. I'm trying to survive this.
Wait a minute.
All right.
It's not over yet. I'm tired of losing.
You know, there's gotta be some level of irony of giving the leftovers item to a Pokemon that's literally inside of an apple.
Yeah.
Yep.
Figures. I knew I couldn't win. But I just couldn't give up. Sorry.
Oh, Kiki. I think it's time for you to catch Ogerpon.
Be prepared, this thing's a gauntlet.
Gotcha. Oh, wow, everyone's fixed up. Okay. So let's see.
It starts off with the cornerstone mask, so best to have something that is super effective against rock.
Rock, gotcha.
In other words, put Sora back on the team.
Gotcha.
That team should do it.
Okay. It seems Ogerpon wants to test his strength against you. Do you want to battle Ogerpon so that you can catch it? Yeah. That's the plan.
Yeah, the more you play this, the more you just feel really sorry for Kieran.
Ogerpon's ready, that's for sure.
I thought it had the...
You thought wrong.
No, I remember it starting with the cornerstone mask on my end.
Well, that's yours. Mine's different.
Maybe it swapped into the mask that it was best suited against.
I know what it is. What the frick? It trashalized its mask. So this is what Ogerpon is really capable of. Yeah. Oh boy.
Now what were you saying?
Close combat. What were you saying?
You're really good, Black Cross. I'm no match.
Now what were you saying about Ogerpon?
I honestly don't know, cause
Adventure with you granted another something. Now it's a water grass type.
Yep. Should I just keep using Sora, or...
Try going for Aura Sphere?
Might as well at this point, see what happens. Well, so far things are looking pretty good.
Oh, it's set up grassy terrain. Memories of working together to retrieve the masks grant Ogerpon strength. Now it is a grass rock type. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the only Pokemon prior to this that was of that combination was Cradily. Also, yeah, I know Lilip is in that too. I was just talking about the evolutionary line as a whole. Don't crap yourselves in the comments.
Yeah. Nice. Look at you, adapting to Ogerpon's type. I knew you could handle this.
We're not really adapting, we're more brute forcing. Memories of a partner from long, long ago give Ogerpon strength.
And now it's dealing with his own mask.
This is the one we saw from the trailers.
I think that's everything Ogerpon's got. Now's your chance to catch it. Alright, so...
Friend Ball would probably fit the best.
Yeah, I was about to say Friend Ball, why not?
Ogerpon, the mask Pokemon. This Pokemon's type changes based on which mask it's wearing. It confounds its enemies with nimble movements and kicks. Ogerpon entrusted you with the Cornerstone mask, Wellspring mask, and Hearthflame mask. You put the masks in your bag's other items pocket.
Hey, well done, Black Cross. That was pretty impressive.
Congratulations.
I'll take good care of him.
Yeah. Why can't I be like you, Black Cross?
I hate it when he gets like that. Don't worry about him. He's the one who said the winner gets to become Ogerpon's partner. Come on, let's head home.
Hey, Black Cross, good morning. I got a message from Carmen. She says she's waiting for you at Loyalty Plaza and that you better hurry up and meet her there. Say, why don't you two always use me as your messenger boy, huh?
Well, you somehow get pulled into it yourself.
Carmen tackles him and is like, "You're my messenger boy."
And he's like, okay.
Might I advise you put Ogerpon in your party for this? You won't be able to finish it otherwise.
Oh, okay.
As far as I'm aware, you don't need to lead with it, but you...
Just need it in the party.
Yeah, but...
There you are. You took your time. You really battled great yesterday, Black Cross. I guess the mask retrieval squad has completed its mission. Though Kiki, well, he's shut himself in his room ever since he got home yesterday.
That's worrying.
He won't come out? Yeah. Oh, but you don't need to feel guilty or anything. This all started 'cause I said we should keep the whole Ogerpon thing a secret. And you wouldn't think it, but Kiki's got a bit of an ego too. He doesn't take losing well. Anyway, how's Ogerpon doing? I'll be honest, I've grown real fond of Ogerpon myself. Guess Kiki's rubbed off on me a bit. Do you think you could let me have a battle with Ogerpon? Sure, why not? I need you say yes. You're not one to turn down a good battle. Let me know when you're ready.
You have no idea how much I just wanted to allow for Kieran to have Ogrepon.
I see you've got Ogrepon on your team. I think his battle style changes depending on his mask. So is it all set and ready to go? Yep. Right. Let's get to our positions.
And that reason is...
Well, they're like, yeah, he told the story, like, fix the story, but you're the one who, like, physically went to every single Overworld thing there. Just to take back all their masks and stuff.
Well, I think in this case, the reason why the... Wasn't it because of the fact he was trying to clear the name of Ogrepon for everyone in the village?
Yeah, I think so.
I consider that about as worthy. One of the trainers out in the Mossfell Confluence is called Rio the Delinquent. I am getting a great boss.
Hit! You're seriously too strong. It's not my fault. I lost. But I'm also not surprised. You know, Gapon really do get along, don't you? It's almost making me jealous. I actually, sheesh, this is awkward to tell you, but the Rotom phone.
Hey there, Black Cross. This is Briar. It seems all student pairs have completed their orienteering as of this morning. The caretaker wanted us to meet him with a few words. So do head back to the community center, could you?
Message received, loud and clear.
Ah, Carmen, is that you? Wonderful. That's one less phone call I have to make. You kids never cease to amaze me. It seems you've become fast friends the moment you spend even the briefest amount of time together. Well, head on over to the community center. I'll be there with the rest of the students.
She's right about it being the briefest amount of time. We only just became friends, and now we... Oh well. Let's go see what the noisy old guy wants. I don't really want to, but I guess I can play nice one last time. Okay, we've all gathered here.
Hang on. Ah, Blackcross. Everyone's here. Well, most of us are anyway. Now then, caretaker. You said that you have a few words for us. Let's all give him our full attention.
Ah, yes. Thank you for coming. I've been told that our student pairs have now finished visiting all the signboards in Kitakami, which means your self-guided tour is at an end.
Hear that? We did it! We found them all!
That was so much fun! Why, thank you for saying so, and thanks for taking part. On that note, I've got a little gift for each of you. Truth be told, I didn't think you wound up the tour this quickly. You're quite the prodigies. Our visitors from Paldea still have heaps of time left to enjoy Kitakami and all it has to offer. Continue to make yourselves at home and explore as you please. However...
I'm sorry for suddenly springing this on you, but Carmen, Kieran, and I will need to return to Blueberry Academy. A little bit early.
But why?
Again, truly sorry, but there's been some developments concerning the Great Crater. I'm afraid we really must be heading back. I realize I was here as your chaperone, but you kids have all proven to be very capable. I'm sure you'll be fine without me. Thank you so much for looking after them in my stead.
Don't mention it. You can leave these kids to me.
Now then, Carmen, I believe you had something you wanted to say.
Yes. Unfortunately, my brother's not feeling well, so it's just me here to speak. Anyway, as you all know, this village is where I was born. And I'll be honest, I didn't want any outsiders coming here at all. Yikes! It felt like our home was being turned into a tourist trap for a bunch of arrogant strangers.
Arrogant or ignorant?
Honestly, understandable. I can see why she...
But then we spent time together, and none of you were the way I imagined you'd be at all. You were all really nice once I actually talked to you. I shouldn't have been so quick to judge people I didn't know anything about. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, I had fun. Thank you all so much for visiting our village. Especially you, Black Cross.
She becomes a little more likable at this point, but the damage was already done.
I'm glad you came to visit. I mean, it's not like this is goodbye forever. Blueberry Academy has tons of strong trainers. You better come visit soon.
That all depends on when we get the release date.
Oh, I almost forgot. I still need to get packed and everything. This is not goodbye, okay? We're definitely gonna see each other again.
No, not goodbye.
We're something.
Then there'll be no lies. We'll be friends for real.
That's common for you, I suppose. You never know quite what to expect from her.
Each moment spent with you kids is just dazzling for an adult like me. It's almost blinding. Anyway, that about wraps up this school trip. Let's all give our caretaker a great big thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on, I need to do something.
Thank you.
I do wonder, like, who previously might have made her act out like this.
I need to become a lot stronger. Stronger.
The villain arc. Let it roll.
Just you wait, Black Cross.
Now, what do we do?
Okay, he scares me a little bit.
Now, before we end the stream, there is something I wanted to have you look at.
Well, I figured before we end the stream, we try to catch the other 3, you know?
I guess.
Let's see. While
They'd
you
be
get
in the same places that you ended up looking for them.
Ah, okay. So while you get that set up, I'll go ahead and get things...
But there's actually something over at their house that you would want to pick up.
Oh, at Carmen and them's house?
Yep.
Okay. I was cleaning out one of the warehouses when I found these. Not sure what to do with them. Do you think you could take them off my hands? Ah, okay. Neither Carmen nor Kieran fit this size anymore. I know the colors match my grandkids' Jimbai. But don't worry. These aren't hand-me-downs. They're practically brand new. Let's see. There we go.
Where is it?
Oh, okay. Nice. Question, is there an orange one of this?
I don't know.
Ah. I guess the only way we're going to find out is if we complete that side quest, right?
Oh, by the way, the glitterati stuff takes place for the rest of it in Paldea.
Okay.
The next stop would be at Casseroria Lake.
Gotcha. Okay, then.
But yeah. I seriously cannot help but feel sorry for how Kieran was treated. Rough domestic life, constantly being beaten by the player, and rejected by the thing that he was idolizing for someone who had only been visiting his hometown for a couple of weeks.
Wouldn't it be a couple of days? I mean, I know it's no better, but still.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
I didn't realize why are the grandparents doing it about it.
Let's see. Yep, there he is right there. I know due to typing this wouldn't be effective, but I'm trying to catch it this time around.
Yeah. And false swipe should work on all three.
Should.
So I made a discovery regarding this game.
What's that?
There were a lot more phone cases introduced in this DLC than I thought there were.
Really?
I thought it was just limited to the Glitterati phone case and the phone cases done up in the Loyal 3's likeness. But there is like 5 different Pokeball cases, each in a different color. And then there is a phone case to represent the Terastallization crown for the fire type, the water type, and the grass type.
Oh.
And then, found in the code, there are phone cases done up in the likeness of the Scarlet book and the Violet book. And I am completely expecting that to just be version exclusive. Maybe I should just show you.
Right.
This is all under menu customization. By the way, I am so glad that they have the customization options listed for the Rotom phone on something other than the trainer customization now, because the size of those images were not doing this thing justice at all.
Alright. Like the future sign gave it toxic.
Yeah, it's like, ouch. It's a good thing I hang on to all the full restores.
Not like it's gonna matter.
Here comes another future sign. Looks like it.
I just needed to be caught.
So of the Pokemon legendaries, which ones would you say would fit in this region really well?
Out of all the Pokemon legendaries?
Yeah.
Celebi.
I mean, yeah, Celebi's a good one.
Okay.
This may just be me, but I feel like the legendary, the legendary dogs would be a good one.
Yeah.
Legendary dogs.
Entei, Suicune, and Ryoku.
Yeah, especially
Those are the legendary beasts.
Well,
You cannot tell me that they are dogs.
I
Raikou
know.
would say fucking tiger.
I know, but I'm just saying that's how... I don't know what the exception is, but some people refer to them
It
as
is
that.
officially known as the legendary beasts.
Wasn't it like the story that said like 3 dogs were dead in a fire or something?
No, it just said that there was 3 beasts. The only one that's remotely canine-like is Suicune. Also, Millie, head over to Kitakami Hall.
Alright.
Dadgum.
You see why I told you to get a Gliscor with Poison Heal now?
Yeah, I see your point. You're just gonna keep getting poison, ain't ya?
Ooh. Wait, what does Surfetch have to do with music?
Nothing really. I guess they just want to draw her with, you know, what we as usual.
Right.
Right, I'm here.
Where exactly are you in the hall?
This is in front of the old man.
The council will decide your fate, child. Do you not see me?
Probably not. My head. I got force.
Head over to the lanterns. Yes, you're close. Hang on, hold still. Hold still. Here, I'll share this.
Oh my gosh! Oh, that hurt.
This is how close I am to you right now. And you've gone further away.
Go again. Oh, there you are.
The council will decide your fate, child. You probably are wondering how I got up here. Nope, never mind. You know how to do it yourself.
Yeah, it's harder because I gripped on my thing, so I'm probably gonna fall off easily.
Are you using the Joy-Cons or do you have a Pro Controller?
Joy-Cons.
That explains it.
Bruh. It was right there. Oh, well.
Oh gosh.
You sure you want to take on all three at this point? Don't worry, the other two aren't going to be that difficult.
I know, it's just this one that's being a little bit of a nuisance.
Oh, we're doing this, are we? Give me a moment.
That toxic chain is really getting annoying.
Yeah. The council.
I forget, is this the regular one?
This is the shiny one.
I would not have noticed.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Oh my.
I mean, the lighting's not helping either.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, it's too far.
Oh well, I'm over it.
This is a terrible ideal, but it was either.
We should have had Rio with us. He has Pancake.
Oh.
We would have had the Creation Trio as shinies.
Yeah, definitely.
We would have had Mr. Centipede along with...
God, are you good? Oh, yeah. For a second I got stuck.
We would have had Mr. Centipede along with Forkfoot McEraserass and Shafthorse McTrojan. You're down to your last Pokemon, aren't you?
Nope. I've got plenty of revives. But dadgummit, if this thing ain't proven to be quite the nuisance, it's eventually gonna have,
struggle.
Yeah, and it's gonna kill itself. If it ain't careful.
We don't know if the loyalty trio is gonna end up, you know.
That Future Sight killed it in one hit.
Yeah. That Future Sight's brutal.
I mean, it's Psychic, so I guess I should have figured, but still.
You still have your Master Ball?
Yeah, I still have it, nice and tightly.
Hang on, I'm gonna look this up for you.
At 1 HP. Oh. Ooh.
What happens if you knock out the Loyal 3?
Yeah, if they're respawnable, I don't think that's going to be a problem, but...
It is nighttime. How effective would a dust ball be?
You'd think it would be effective.
If only. If only.
I'm only getting things on how to catch them and not whether or not if they will faint.
Yeah.
They have like a what? A 3% catch rate or something? I forgot how much it was. Yeah, Monkey Dory caused me the most hassle when I had to catch it.
I mean, I've got it saved just in case, but still...
Yeah, its catch rate is 1.6%.
Oh, frickin' lord! That is like practically zero in this game.
Yeah, but like the other two were easier to catch, so I don't get why.
You know what? Let's try a dust ball and see if that's any better. Doubt it, but...
Okidogi and Pheasantipity are the same percentage.
Yeah, theirs was easier. Jesus.
It's got a lot of frickin' power points, what it does, apparently. Because I figured it would have run out of Psychic by now.
Oh, no wonder it's doing so much damage.
Yeah, it's maxed out at this point.
At this point, I'd say try a timer ball.
Timer ball would be effective by now, I think.
That's what I used. There you go. Says he pissed me off.
He still has Future Sight!
Yep.
He is still going!
There you go.
Finally!
Gosh!
Monkey Dory, the retainer Pokemon. The chain is made of toxins that enhance capabilities. It stimulated Monkey Dory's brain and caused the Pokemon's psychic powers to bloom. So what you're saying is that the chain was made from shelter poison.
That's a fun thought. Let's see. Let's get the Pokemon fixed up before we tackle on Pheasantipity. Because good lord almighty, that knocked every one of them out. Alright. Let's see. So technically you should be right here. Or that's where you started out at. I don't know if you're still there or not.
Are you still over here? Go to Kitakami Hall.
Me or Millie?
Yeah, you.
Oh,
You.
me? Okay.
Millie, get up on the other pedestal.
Okay.
Millie? Wait, she's probably... Yeah, she's AFK.
Now that the story's done, I should be able to climb on here easy.
Oh wait, before you do that, go to the other stalls. You can get your masks now.
Yay!
You could get more than just the masks, too. Remember when I said that there's different phone cases?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. What the? Let's see. Oh wow.
You did it! Okay, Millie, be careful. The council will decide your fate, child.
Okay, now it's time for me to try. I will figure out how you guys did it.
Oh, for me, when it came to getting up there, you see how you know how you could get on top of the triangles?
Yeah.
Try to get to the very top and then fly on it with Koraidon. Or glide, in this case. Not like just jump up to the top, and then that should give you enough momentum to glide across.
I'm trying to get on there, but it's not easy to.
Yeah, no, they don't make this thing easy for you to do. Which makes it all the more rewarding when you do.
I almost did. Okay.
And now you dismount. You are now one with the council, brother. Oh, by the way, you need to have the Pokemon sent out before you do this, because otherwise it'll refuse.
Ah, right. Okay, maybe I can try it again and see.
First, you need to send out the Mewtwo.
Right. Come on. Okay.
And now press down on the left joystick in order to get Mewtwo to sit still. While you're dismounted on Koraidon. That means get off of him.
Okay. There we go.
And now, yeah. I guess while we're standing up here, you could have a look at what I posted earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. Here, it's the video directly below the Muppet one.
Okay. Let's see. Ah, okay.
You have any last words, Bat?
No, not really. I'm just kind of screwed.
Send me time to that. Oh, God, no. What? Latino man, you are going to kill Batman without me. Oh, God, I thought you had a business trip this week, God damn it. You are trying to avoid me. Really now? Yes, well, Spain, I am, because all you ever do is suggest to use the bombs and they don't work. Are you telling me you don't like my bombs? No, because they take 3 weeks to set up, and by the time they're ready, the bat is already gone. I want to just squish him and be done. I can't believe what I'm hearing. You loved the bombs when I met you. I liked them a lot less when your last one blew up my favorite coffee shop. It was a necessary casualty to kill the Batman. Yeah, and I'm currently holding an alive Batman, so I guess it didn't work. Did it, Welsh Bane? Did it? I never gave you this much crap for your drug use, huh? Oh, you're gonna bring that up? Real mature.
Should I be present for this?
Shut the fuck up, Batman. Anyway, the super steroids are being pumped into my skull as we speak. Don't act like you didn't know this when we met. It's all about when we met. It's never about what you've become. You are a complete and utter pig. A pig? I'm the one who does what?
I'm so glad to see some gay representation, you know?
Harley, they're an abusive couple.
That makes it even better.
Harley, how could you sit... Oh, yeah.
Why was she just a flower plant in a pot?
Poison ivy.
I know, but that was weird.
Spider-Man destroys his love life. But yeah, as you can see here, I picked up an item, but it didn't show me what it was.
Oh. Huh. Oh boy.
Hey Mary Jane, how's it going? You want to do some things? Want to have some fun? Want to make fun of Doc Ock for being bald? Want to accidentally make another supervillain origin story? You want to do the funny pizza thing? You want to be sad about Stan Lee again? You want to make film rights a total bit? You want to go skating with Tony Hawk? You want to be really, really annoying for 2 hours? You want to watch another Uncle Ben die? You want to watch nerds on the internet explain how Popeye the Sailor Man could scientifically beat me up? You want to go do that thing we're not allowed to do on YouTube? You know what I'm saying? Go off screen, do that thing, you know what I'm saying?
Actually, Peter...
It's Spider-Man.
Yeah, Spider-Man. Anyway, I had a question. I found this image of you making out with a pregnant Elsa from Frozen.
That was years ago. That was a different part of the Spider-Verse. Shut the fuck
up! Oh boy, that's a touchy subject.
Oh, by the way, the website I posted, that should show you all the different customization options for the menu interface.
Oh, okay. That's cool then.
Feel free to look at that as you wish.
But I have joined with the council now.
Yeah. Oh man, I forgot this video existed. This was funny. I just waiting for me to get back.
Discount the store. Why did you wait? Excuse me, Mr. Raccoon. I have a pressing question.
Yeah, wait, easy.
Do you know Rigby?
Okay, there's like 4 kids that ask me if I know Rigby. I've never met a Rigby in my life. Why do you think I know him?
Are you Rigby?
Okay, 1, my name is Carl. 2nd, if I was Rigby, I would have answered your last question with, oh, that's me. Why would you even think for a second that's something to even logically ask?
Do you know Mordecai?
Oh, actually, it's my son's name. Hey, Morty, this guy wants to talk to you. Hello.
Hi, Mordecai. Do you know Rigby?
Oh, for the last time. He's right over here. What the fuck?
Oh, gosh. It's like, oh, what the? Oh, that's funny.
Goobus's videos are an absolute treat.
Alright then.
Off to the Barrens with you.
So nice to be able to explore around outside of that finally.
I mean, you technically could.
Yeah, but I mean, due to story and everything like that, that was actually one of the hardest things. Let's see.
No, like, you could. Even after the Ogre Pond bit. Like, after the night that you head back home from the festival, you are free to explore that as you wish.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, it's like, what's he talking about? Okay, I guess I gotta go through the mundane tasks of coming down here now.
Or you could just head down below the area that you were at and not have to go through the cave.
Really?
Yeah.
Just down below here.
More or less. It's a bit more to the right, though.
That right?
No, the other right. Pretty sure, anyway. Okay, maybe it is towards the left.
Oh, I see it. Or at least I think. Maybe?
Like, if you see a lower portion of this mountain that has a cave entrance, then you'll know. Hang on, I'll try to guide you.
Vulpix, why are you up here?
Okay, do you see me on the map?
Hang on, let me get Koraidon leveled here to where that way I can check the map. Okay, I see you. Well,
set that as your destination.
There we go.
You won't find me there. I was just going over to that location so that way it was easier for you to spot.
Right. Okay, so there's something below it. Ah, okay. Yep, there you are. Okay. Now then, how difficult are you going to be?
It's probably the easiest one because, well, I guess it depends on who you ask because it does heal itself with Roost.
Ah. Well, that's better than having to constantly worry about it possibly dying or something like that. That's super effective to you? Heh.
Dang it, I blinked. Remember when, in Legends Arceus, these two had collision boxes? Whatever happened to that? You could change the position that you have the stick? Am I interacting weirdly on your camera?
Yep.
Like, how does it look from another player?
You're just slowly moving to a different position. By like,
Like, I kind of want to see what it's like from your end. Hang on. How does it look? Oh, so it's not showing me moving to different positions outside. Bernadette looked like it was hitting the gritty.
I mean, so far this is definitely a lot easier than what I had to deal with Monkey Dory, so that much I will give it. Got it.
Yay! Pheasantipity, the retainer Pokemon. Pheasantipity owes its beautiful looks and lovely voice to the toxic stimulants emanating from the chain wrapped around its body.
And then there was one.
And then there's Chunky! He's dead. You've seen that, right?
I have no idea where that's from.
The Brental Floss?
Not a clue.
I'd show it to you on stream, but there's a portion in it that's kinda a bit
Gotcha.
suspect. When he got to the DK rap portion with Lanky Kong, he mentions that he got an education as a sex ed clown, so he has a penis puppet and a vulva puppet too, and he'll give a creepy lecture just for you. Huh, DK. Just for you.
Ah. Let's see. Ah, there you are. You're all that's left, bud.
I am so used to hitting the Y button to dodge roll, it's basically become a habit for me.
Pardon you.
Thanks.
Thank goodness. Now for the mundane task of catching it.
Haha. I think it'd be kind of weird if there was a ghost type that had the ability Poison Heal.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
I mean, unless if the Pokemon that had Poison Heal was Terastalize.
Maybe.
But if that's the case, that means the Pokemon would have to have the Terra type of Ghost.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to Pokemon that I was thinking would fit the region of Kitakami. Ones I was thinking that could fit legendary-wise was, the Weather Trio, the Creation Trio, Marshadow, sort of. Let's see. Kubfu and Urshifu would definitely fit here.
That would be a good combination.
Well, there really aren't that many Pokemon that would fit out of the legendaries in this region.
Yeah, outside of the region, outside of legendary, there's plenty, but inside legends, there's not that much.
Oh yeah, the forces of nature.
Okay.
So the Pokemon we have decided that would fit this area well would be... Okay. Raikou, Entei, Suicune, Ho-Oh, Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, Lugia, Celebi, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Jirachi, Uxie, Mesprit, Azelf, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Cresselia, Darkrai, Arceus, Victini, Tornadus, Thundurus, Landorus, Enamorus, Kubfu, Urshifu, and maybe Marshadow and Zeraora.
I'm gonna try something stupid here in just a sec.
I just realized that these little things hanging off the sides of the red painted wood, I assume, is supposed to be some sort of fabric. Are you gonna try to use hypnosis on it?
Yep. How'd you guess?
Why else would you have sent out Archimedes?
Ooh, boy. Okay. Let's see if this improves the odds.
It probably won't.
Not by much.
They put Monkey Dory to sleep several times.
That would have been a really jerk move if somehow Monkey Dory had sleep talk.
That didn't take long.
And down goes Archimedes. So, out of curiosity, what would you have named Mewtwo if you did decide to name it?
I honestly wouldn't know. Like I said, I would have just kept it as Mewtwo because I wouldn't even think up of a name.
Okay.
I think after
Wait, it straight up lets me picnic in the plaza? Well, if you want to go to Loyalty Plaza, then feel free.
Yeah. I think now's the time to try using a time ball, wouldn't you think?
Yep. Like, apart from Dialga, this is practically my entire Hisui team for my Typhlosion run.
Well, there you go. One time ball.
Got him. Phew.
Okie dokie, the retainer Pokemon. After all its muscles were stimulated by the toxic chain around its neck, Okie dokie transformed and gained a powerful physique.
So it strangled itself?
So what you're saying is that it was gained strength through BDSM.
Yeah, well, that's, okay.
No, wait. BDSM is the arms and legs. Never mind.
Yeah. All right.
Nice one.
Hey, Millie, you want to join the picnic?
Yeah, I'll join.
Let's see. He should be right out here, right?
Yeah, he's by the tree across the bridge.
That's what I thought. Because that's where it was at last time.
Excuse me.
You're excused. Yep, there he is. Hello, hello, Black Cross.
What's with the mask?
Looks like you caught 200 kinds of Pokemon that can be found around the land of Kitakami. Wait, are you telling me you've caught them all? Wow, a complete Kitakami Pokedex. This is great. No, you're great.
It's like the. Have you seen the that scene from Puss in Boots' Last Wish?
Yeah.
Where the cricket finally comes to the realization that Jack Horner is just a terrible person.
Yeah, it's like, you're evil.
It's like, That's great! You're great!
What took you so long?
Thanks to all your hard work, I don't think there's anything more to be done when it comes to surveying the Pokemon that live here in Kitakami. I really wish I had something to give you to commemorate all your effort.
Everybody is sleeping except Chef Hatchet.
Oh, I know. I'll give you this charm. I got it at Kitakami Hall. It's a limited edition souvenir that only sells there. Glimmering charm.
Glimmering charm.
What does that do? Does it just increase shiny rate?
No, that's the shiny charm.
Yeah. Let's see.
Increases the number of Terra shards you receive from Terra raids.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not bad. Oh, and can you show me your rotofoam for a sec? Thanks to the diploma feature Director Cavell helped with, we can celebrate your achievement in style, Blackcross. See? You can get a special message from the company that certifies Pokédex completion. Ooh, now that's pretty. I like that.
How did the League know about Ogerpon having different masks?
That's a good question, but I still like how it looks. We hereby certify your achievement of completing the Kitakami Pokédex. May this great feat be celebrated by all. Game Freak.
Look at that, he's walking.
You may have completed this Pokédex, but that doesn't mean your school trip has to end. I hope you'll keep meeting lots and lots of new Pokemon friends around Kitakami.
Oh, there he goes. Vascular Agent, what are you doing? Look at her go.
And so I think to end the stream off, we'll have a picnic then.
Yes, we got some nice spinning fish.
So then I guess we're not going to do the Glitterati side quests then.
I mean, we can. I just figured since you guys were here.
Alright.
Oh, hello everyone.
Alright, so over here we have Julius the Jolteon. The reason why he's called Julius is because joules are an electric measurement.
Ah, okay.
Over here we have Swiper the Floatzel.
Okay.
Brimstone the Typhlosion. Shiver the Garchomp. And right in front of you is Chef Hatchet the Cleavor.
Chef Hatchet.
It's a reference to Total Drama.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, the reason why I was asking if we were going to have the Glitterati stuff is because I wasn't sure. Like, there isn't really much to do in the game outside of that.
Yeah.
Unless you really want to do the Ogre ousting in order to get the shiny Munchlax.
I mean, not really. Not really. We can go ahead and finish off the Glitterati. I mean, surely to goodness, there's not that much left, right? Maybe one or two battles.
The rest of it should be in Paldea.
Right.
The next location you find them in is at Casseroria Lake.
Casseroria Lake. Ugh.
It's the place where you fought the Tatsugiri and
Right.
Dondozo combo.
So, not down here, right?
No.
Okay.
Oh, great. I just remembered I need to boot up. voice mod for this.
Yeah.
It's on the west side.
Oh, west side. Okay. So... Oh. Right here, then?
They're on the island where that Tatsugiri is. Set that as your destination and then fly over to that point.
Okay, gotcha.
That's not the island.
It's not?
No, the one further down.
This one?
I said down.
So...
To the left. That island, down. That one.
That one?
Yep.
I thought it was this one.
No.
Huh. Also,
Hi,
too,
Dragonite.
I need to switch my party back up again.
Yeah, you
and
still have
fix
Ogerpon
them.
up front. Oh yeah, there is one more thing that the DLC has just outside of this.
Oh, okay.
But I'll leave you to find that out for yourself.
Alright. Let's see.
Yeah, I still want to apologize for just how Pokemon Scarlet managed to sour your mood about just streaming as a group.
That's fine.
Is it?
I mean, depending on how you look at it, it kind of says how I should handle streaming going forward, but...
And by doing that, you're just gonna go solo from here on after Pokemon.
Yeah. Let's see. And it's on this island, you said?
Yeah. I think he had said it was either from this point onward or until further notice.
I mean, we'll see how things go from here on out. I'm not 100% sure, but as far as I know, it's after we get done with all of the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet DLC.
Okay, because I definitely wouldn't mind doing the Sly Cooper quadrilogy. It's a franchise I've been meaning to get back into for years, but I haven't really the system to play them on.
Really, you don't?
No. Sly Cooper has never been released outside of PlayStation.
Well, I know that, but you don't have...
No.
Really? Huh.
I live in poverty, dude. I'm lucky to even have a Switch.
Okay, fair, but... Anyway. Here we go.
Look, Billy! Look at this puzzle!
This is no puzzle, my dearest Sonia. This is the famed Castaria Lake, the largest lake in Paldea.
You're telling me that this is a lake? Surely it can't be more than a pond.
What their thought of a lake? An ocean?
Say, Billy, what's the difference between a lake and a pond anyway?
I'm not sure, dearest Sonia. We glitterati don't tend to clutter our heads with such trivial details. For common knowledge, I meant to say. My bad.
Why, it's the comet that we always see around.
You're right. Your eyes do not deceive you. It is the commoner we always see around. Should we call the cops?
While we have you, dear commoner, do tell, what exactly is the difference between a pond and a lake?
Their size.
Of course! Most impressive! You're as well versed in common knowledge as I'd hope. It's our duty as glitterati to return the kindness we are given. Or more specifically, to return that kindness with fine items.
10 pearl strings.
10 pearl strings!
Oh, Lord.
A bug flew in my mouth.
Oh, you think this is funny, huh?
You still
You think this is funny?
You got the voice.
Oh.
Okay.
Right.
That's why I was laughing.
Okay. Yeah, I was about ready to say the next line, and then a bug flew into my mouth.
My side hurts too much.
Do pay attention, dear commoner. Happiness is like a body of water.
Okay.
It could be a puddle, a pond, or even a lake. It all depends on how you think about it.
That's my dear Stoner, taking the knowledge someone just taught you and putting it on display. Right in front of them.
Come now, Billy. I like to scale a lofty mountain with pure white snow. Pure and lofty, as the ideals of our company.
Fui, it's true that Padre Realty has the purest, loftiest ideals. See, he said ideals!
We're gonna go off of that subject again, huh?
Dearest O'Neill, you truly are an exemplary glitterati. Now let's go enjoy the gelato while watching some ice Pokemon frolic atop a snowy mountain.
So I think I know where they might be at.
It's classy on a mountain.
I think I'm probably gonna have to leave the group because I need it.
Oh.
Yes, sorry.
That's fine.
Alright, well, it was nice having you.
Yeah, you too. It was fun. I have a test tomorrow.
Oh, fun.
Good luck finding him.
Yeah, good luck. It took me a bit.
Okay, huh.
Wait, did you not talk to that guy?
I thought I did, but...
Hello there, I am a league rep. Have you been having some nice Pokemon battles? So far, you've defeated 3 trainers. Once you've defeated 10, you'll get a lovely prize.
Alright, so let's see. So they're not at the very top.
No.
I imagine they're not in any town. I just gotta...
They are not in Montanavera, and they are not at... They're not at Glaciado.
Right. Let's see.
I mean, they're on Glaciado Mountain, but they're not near the gym building.
Right.
I forget, which character from Sly Cooper did you say that you could have seen yourself as?
I don't remember, really. Yep.
I am getting so many sweet apples and tart apples.
Let's see.
So I just thought of something immature.
And that would be?
What do you get when you take the hat out of happiness?
I don't know.
Like, when you pronounce happiness, what do you get when you take the hat out of the pronunciation?
Peen. I see now.
You had to stop yourself, didn't you?
Yeah, I was about to say, and then I was like, wait. It's sort of like whenever they ask me to spell...
I was not expecting you to actually say it.
Yeah, I stopped myself mid-saying, and it's like, oh, Lord. But, it's sort of like how, oh, what was it? There was another way that someone did it, and as I was fixing to fully write it down, I stopped myself, and they were like, why aren't you finishing it? And it's like, I know what this is. And it's like, oh, do you? And it's like, yes, I do. I don't have to finish anything!
It's kind of like a more abrasive version of the reaction that GLaDOS from Portal had when Chell was breaking the personality course. It's like, wait, what are you doing with that thing that we have no idea it even functions for? And then she takes the core into the incinerator, and then like GLaDOS ends up going, wait, oh. I just remembered what that personality core did. It was a personality core they installed in me to prevent me from filling the room with neurotoxin, because I kept filling the room with neurotoxin.
Yeah.
And then the fight ensues.
They are in the snowy mountains, right?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Okay. So long as I stay within the snowy terrain, I should eventually run across into them, but I cannot think for the life of me of where they're at. Like, I doubt they're just, like, hovering somewhere within this area. It has to be somewhat flattened, right?
Hold on. Why are Typhlosion's flames furry?
What?
I'm looking at Hisuian Typhlosion right now, and it's got furry-looking flames.
Furry? As in, like, fur
furry.
texture?
Yeah. Let me just send out brimstone. And then let me just wait, why aren't you sending out the flames?
It's like, I know what you want me to do, and I'm not doing it.
It's kind of hard to show otherwise. I am getting a lot of star pieces around here.
Question, am I getting warmer or colder in terms of their general direction?
Let me just look it up.
Because I feel like I'm getting colder, and not just because I'm in the mountains.
Okay, pinpoint your map somewhere close to where I screenshot.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Let's see. Alright. Somewhere within this vicinity. Come on. There you go.
Mind if you test something for me?
Sure.
Well, first, you need to get on level ground.
Yeah. Oh, I see them now. Okay. Is this level enough?
Okay, so it does work between DLCs.
Oh, that's good to know. I take it you were in Kitakami when you saw this one?
Yeah, Noctowl only shows up there.
Oh, you're right, I forgot. Okay, well that's interesting to know.
You gonna join it?
Yeah, fixing to.
Okay.
Let's see. It's a ghost type, so Zora would not work.
This thing is gonna get a taste of brimstone.
Bernadette, we're gonna drain the living heck out of it.
I forgot. What starter did you choose in Legends Arceus?
Hey! That was an image to see.
Everyone's a ghost type except Belly Bolt.
That's funny.
Inferno Parade!
There we go. But, let's see. What was my starter? I think I chose yeah, I chose Cyndaquil. That's what it was. Alright. Noctowl's like, what happened?
Was that you?
Yeah, it was me. Lord, that Noctowl didn't stand a chance. I used Phantom Force on the first move, and then it just lost the rest of his HP almost. Oh, that's funny.
Like, the only other thing I could think of for you to do is... Like, I know the raid is out of the question, but... The only thing I could think of is maybe helping you with installing Pokemon Home so that way you could transfer between Legends Arceus and Pokemon Scarlet. That way you could get your... Well, the Pokemon from your team that are compatible with this game anyway.
Right. I mean, I will eventually at some point, but not right now at the moment.
Well, of course not at the moment.
Here we go.
Okay, first things first. I am gonna do a bit of a voice test because I realized I accidentally set the microphone onto something else.
Okay.
Yeah, I am coming in staticky as hell. You just have to do it one thing now.
Yes.
Oh!
There we go.
A world of silvery white as far as the eye can see. A truly a view worthy of a glitterati.
Sure is.
and the cold is no match for these clothes you prepared for me, dearest Onair.
I'm pretty sure there's some parts of you that's cold.
Made of the highest quality materials by the highest quality brand, after all.
I feel sorry for people who climb up this mountain in anything less. And he's barefooted too.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. He's barefooted. My feet would instantly die. It's like, no,
I ended up going outside barefooted one time to pick up a kid I was babysitting.
Lord almighty.
Can it be? Has our dearest commoner returned to us once more?
You're right. Your eyes do not deceive you. Our dearest commoner has returned to us once more. Look, dearest Onair. Look at how thin the material on our dearest commoner's clothes are.
Oh my, that's awfully flimsy, isn't it? Say, Billy, do you suppose commoners have an easier time dealing with the cold?
No, it's more or less the fact that we can't switch out into anything else.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I've heard the commoners say we glitterati lie in our pockets with money. Perhaps that means the highest quality of our clothes is unusual to them. If all commoners dress like our dearest one here, then they must simply be used to the cold.
Billy, you're a true erudite. You're a true erudite. For this, I shall grant you the Gold Onair Award.
Yes!
It is our duty as glitterati to lend a hand to the struggling common folk. In that spirit, I grant you these fine items. Hang in there and tough out the cold.
Good Lord Almighty.
Now listen carefully, dear Commodore. You may have heard the saying, cold hands, warm heart. Don't be fooled, it's a load of hogwash.
I don't think I've ever heard of that phrase.
You must never, ever forget that.
My dearest Onair, the aphorisms are becoming more off the cuff by the day.
Come now, Betty. It is time for our reprieve to come to a close. I want to finish with a look down at the centermost point of Paldea.
Even the most extraordinary places are only worth being looked down upon by you. You are an exemplary glitterati, Onair. We probably can't get into the Great Crater, but let's make a request to the League just in case.
They're on the outskirts.
Let's see. So I imagine probably...
You're just gonna have to circle the crater. Until you find them.
Okay, fair. I'll just fly over here and then basically walk around the crater then. It's gonna be a big crater. Bless you.
Thanks.
Come on. You can do it. There you go.
Just be careful not to fall in.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Fun fact, before my grandma passed away, because I was so big into Pokemon, she managed to actually, one time, just ditty to herself the Pokemon Center theme.
That's cute.
Yeah. It's one of the better memories I have of her. I forget, did you say something about wanting to bring the podcast back at some point?
At some point, I would. I would have to.
I'd be down for it.
I would ask Daniel, of course, when he would want to do one, but I wouldn't mind.
Yeah. I feel like it'd have to be on a Tuesday because that's about the only time in which you are able to do the stream while also having it line up with his schedule.
That is true, too. This section would be... Well, I say that now!
Koraidon is doing extreme sniffing.
Gosh, that was crazy! Never mind what I said earlier. That is not the perfect place for them to be at. Gosh. I am going about this right? They're practically on the tip part of the crater portion of it, right?
More or less. And we lost Sal. Not like she was really taking part in this anyway.
Right. Let's see. There we go. Come on. Climb up. There we go. It may be just because I've been staring at this for too long, but this mountain kind of makes me think of denim jeans.
Denim jeans.
Yeah. The way that it looks and patternized.
Okay.
Oh, there they are. Like I said, it could be because I've been staring at it for too long, but it just makes me think of the pattern that you see on, like, denim jeans. Like, pick the somewhat blue and grayish colored jeans, and that's what you get.
I was thinking cardboard.
That too. That too.
Oh, hell no. Fuck. Oh, This is the very center of Paldea. What an enormous crater!
That's what she said.
That's exactly right, dearest Donaire. This right here is the great crater of Paldea.
It seems we have new adventure to quench my wanderlust, Biddy. Come, let's begin our descent.
We must, dearest Donaire. Entering the crater is strictly forbidden. I petitioned the League for us to access it, but to no avail.
I beg your pardon? They won't let the glitterati enter?
They won't even let the glitterati enter.
For good reason.
This was to be the conclusion of our retreat. And we've been as good as gold and better. I never imagined that there would be something in this world off limits to a glitterati. Why, if it isn't that commoner who can't seem to get enough of us. Call the cops, Biddy.
You're right. Your eyes do not deceive you. It's that commoner who can't get enough of us.
Say, dear commoner, have you entered this crater before, perchance?
Yeah, I have, actually.
Oh shoot, Daniel's calling now.
Rags to riches! This commoner has a fortune to enter the crater, but the glitterati has not? Well then, it seems we have no choice but to duel.
There it is, so now's favorite pastime. Challenging others to duel like a thunderbolt.
But this is really not the place for a battle. Let's head back down.
Oh, good. We're finally at level ground. A little bit.
Oh! Do inform me when you're ready to duel, commoner.
If it's the same Persian that we're dealing with, I think I'm good.
Oh, it's more than that.
Okay, good.
Our last duel, what do you say? I, Onair, president of Paldea Realty, will crush you, commoner.
Oh, yeah, she does. Wow. That's a shock.
Or a sphere.
On second thought, never mind. I had nothing to worry about.
You forgot that our Balava is part normal type, didn't you?
I didn't even know it. I thought it was pure grass, but...
No, it's grass normal. The entire line is. MJ, you knocked over the trash can.
Oh, I've been absolutely trounced.
Woo! 70,000! That's a lot!
Hang on. I fell off the bed. You know, I've had time to calm down, and I think I finally get it now. Glitterati, commoners. In the end, we're all just people. There's nothing separating us. Why did it take me so long to realize something so simple? I'm so embarrassed. I wish I could crawl under a rock and hide. I couldn't literally crawl under a rock, but of course, you know what I mean.
Oh, no.
You were following us around just to teach us that, weren't you?
That's one way to put it.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
As expected. I'm not sure why I was even asking. I can't express my appreciation enough. I hope that these fine items will suffice.
Glitterati case.
Now then, Lily, I feel that so I have grown as a person during this trip. Starting tomorrow, I'm turning over a new leaf. I'll resume my work as CEO, holding nothing back.
Phui, learning from your peers like a pro. You are an exemplary glitterati. Now, since you've taught us a little something, I'll teach you a little something.
Alright then, adios.
And that is the last we see them. Presumably.
Alright. And so now that quest line's over with...
We're basically done with the game until the Indigo Disc comes out.
Yeah.
Unless we want to do some of the dens, at which case you already said you aren't going to do the event ones.
I guess it depends on how bad they are compared to the Mewtwo one, you know? The Mewtwo one was pretty bad.
Oh, trust me, other raids that we have done in the past, there was at least options that we could have had.
Yeah. With Mewtwo, it was clear that there was no other option, sadly.
Hi, Daniel.
Hi, I hope I'm not interrupting y'all's stream.
Nah.
No, you're fine. I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping you would join us.
Okay, I just know this is usually Chris's stream as such.
Well,
and
the thing is that the reason why I was hoping you'd join us is because that way we'd be able to talk about something as a group.
Did I do something wrong?
No. So you know how all three of us have hosted the podcast at some point, right?
Yeah.
How would you feel about on Tuesdays, assuming that you'd be alright with it, on Tuesdays we could potentially just do live stream on Chris's Twitch as a way to revive the Mullen Studios podcast. We wouldn't need to have any certain subjects or anything. We'd just be chatting.
Sure, we can give it a try.
I just figured it'd be something different, you know?
I mean, it might not be immediate because, again, on the 3rd, I have my surgery to get my wisdom teeth pulled.
Yeah. But I mean, sure, we can try it out. I hope I'm not sounding negative. I'm just, this is kind of all of a sudden, you know?
Yeah.
No, it's fine. You're completely valid to react this way for how much on the spot this was.
Yeah. Like it's not 100% certain, it's just whenever we're able to, you know?
Yeah. Plus, this would also allow me to still be able to chat with Chris.
Yeah, hopefully they don't go for too long recording sessions, you know?
Right.
Oh, Chris doesn't usually correct me if I'm wrong, you usually try not to do anything longer than 2 hours?
Yeah, 2 hours is the most that I'm willing to do. I mean, today was an exception because I know we were doing a lot of finishing up here and stuff like that.
But again, my surgery was the reason why we did an extensive one.
Yeah. And especially since, from what I remember, Daniel, you was telling me his birthday's on the 4th?
The 9th.
The 9th. Oh, so literally...
My bad.
Yeah.
It's Leif Erikson Day, and also Columbus Day this year. So not only are we celebrating the day, we're celebrating on that day the person who first discovered America, but we're also celebrating on that day the person who first discovered America and historically took all the credit for it.
Funny how all that works.
Long story short, Leif got less credit than he deserved.
But yeah, we can do that and just talk about whatever.
Yeah. Just talk about whatever. But at any rate, though, we're going to go ahead and sign off on the Twitch stream for right now. But until then, this is me, NBC Mekachu, and Delmar signing off.
Wait, you were still streaming?
Yep.
Yeah,
Bye!
See you later, guys.